Um, all right, it works. Um, oh, all of you. So I'm going to introduce you to a new concept that's called Wikipedia on Demand. A bit of background first so that you understand where we're going with that. So I'm from Kiwix, which is pretty much a software that allows you to download the entirety of Wikipedia and any other website and store it on your phone, on your computer, on a micro server like a Raspberry Pi, and then off you go. No need for any further internet. You can browse just like you would do it normally. Actually, this is Switzerland where I'm coming from. I'll show you quickly how that works. So this will be an interesting experiment of going live. So hopefully not too many people are here and hogging the network. So that's a good thing, but being early in the morning. But you get the gist of it. You just get to the Kiwix app. Oh, actually, there are like screenshots here, so you can, maybe that's easier than just going thing. So we get content, and then you read your Wikipedia. Oh, that's not the right one. Browse library, kiwix.org. That's much better. So the good thing is that we could do any kind of wiki and other content. So here we got in French, we got Pokemon, but any language would actually work. Here's hopefully the Greek Wikipedia. We got several flavors because since we're working with people that are offline, download and bandwidth are mostly of an issue. It's not so much that people have no internet. I mean, 3.5 billion people still officially have no internet, but like shitty internet is probably a better word, if not politically correct. So we try to save on that by just making different flavors. So you can either have Wikipedia with or without images. That saves about 50% of your package size. So you get a zim file actually that's very much like a PDF file, and then you can share it with your friends offline like you would share a PDF file. Oh, just what I said, it's not working. Okay, fine. So let's move. It's not really important. We'll move straight to the actual demo of what I wanted to do. So once you download the entirety of Wikipedia, you're like, yes, but not everyone needs the entirety of Wikipedia. So what we did was, hey, could we do subsets of Wikipedia? We actually did this a while back already with a thing that was called Wikimed. If you know James Heilman, he's our good friend. And what we did then by hand, sort of, was just take every single article from Wiki Project Medicine and extract it. And then you had a single zim file, which is Wikimed. It's about 30,000 files, I want to say. And it's entirely dedicated to medicine. So I found out, to my surprise, that all physicians and medical workers don't know everything by heart, and they resort to resources like this. So here you got all the entries, they were sorted, we made a bespoke landing page, but once you start to navigate, it's exactly the same type of entry as you would expect on normal Wikipedia. And we were there, oh, wow, that's pretty cool, it actually works very well. Wikimed is available in about 10 languages as an Android app, so you download your app, and you have all Wiki Project Medicine on your phone stored. But we were like, hey, why not do it with, a little more room for people to play with it. So that's when we went to Wikipedia 1.0. So Wikipedia 1.0 is actually something you may have encountered. So let's go to Wiki Project Switzerland, or swimming, because that's the project that already produces those ranking and quality and sorting tables that you have seen in some Wiki projects. But what we can do now are selections, and that's what I'm going to tell you about today. So let's go for PetScan, which is the easiest way to get started, actually. If you go, where's PetScan? Here. So PetScan is a very cool tool where you can select and export a list of entries of a wiki. So let's say I'm going to Kenya soon, and I would like to have some offline resources from when I'm traveling around the country. So let's go to that wonderful website that's called Wikipedia and see what is to be seen in category Kenya. So here you go. This is every single entry you can get in Kenya. So mostly subcategories. So I want to have all of Kenya, but I'm not super interested in the politics of Kenya. So I'll take that category here. I go back to PetScan. I select my category. So I go for Kenya. I say I do not want to have politics of Kenya. Then I say I want to have all the subcategories. So this is going live, right? And then I do it, and then PetScan will hopefully return within a few seconds a list of entries. Come on, PetScan, don't disappoint me. Yay, there's 8,000 results relating to Kenya, but not politics of Kenya. So what I do is just I take that link address, and I go back to my Wikipedia 1.0 project, and I'll call it travel to Kenya because I want to read while I'm traveling and I won't have roaming there. So I do this, I paste the URL, here we go. Oops, I did save before paste. Here we go. And here's my travel to Kenya. So next step would be to go and generate a zip file. It takes about 1 minute, so it's really fast because it's only 8,000 articles. If we were to generate the entirety of Wikipedia as a zip file, that would be about a week of computation. And on some pretty big ass server. But because I was not so unprepared, so here's the create zim. You can actually look at the list of entries here. Oh no, it's not in that case. I can create my zim here, so I would click here and yada yada, it works. But what I will do instead is go to either my QX instance on my phone, computer, or desktop, or as a browser extension. And then I look at Kenya. Here it is. So it tells me, should I trust thing? And here's every single article about Kenya. And this is locally stored on my computer. We're not on the internet anymore. So all those entries here, I want to say, so let's go for Nairobi. Oops. Oops, I'm not good with typos. So I go to Nairobi and Nairobi National Park. So this is all on my computer now. So let's say I want to do the exact same thing, but rather than do Wikipedia about Kenya, which is nice, but not exactly what I wanted to do as a European tourist, I'll go for Wikivoyage. So same process through PetScan. I look for the Kenya category. Maybe there are some things I wanted to extract, and I'll get all the Wikivoyage entries on Western Kenya, wherever you want to get in, get out. Unfortunately, I was a bit disappointed to see that that Kenya wasn't well documented. So if you don't know what to do today, tonight, or until you leave this wonderful conference, I encourage you to populate those entries on Wikivoyage. They also had a page on Wikimania, so all the important information is there. And hopefully, the plan next year is just to do, like with Wikimed, to prepare in advance an app where people can just download and they'll show up, well, they will be in Paris, and they'll do their little Paris trip with all the content they have. So just to show you how powerful it is, let's select another zip file, and this one will be, oh yeah, I also did Kenyan food actually. That was cool. So here's the Kenyan food. If you wonder where those images come from, actually that's where it is important when you create an entry to link it to a Wikidata, on Wikidata to an image, because those are the ones we're taking. So that's where it all connects. Because once we don't have a dedicated, we can't generate every time a dedicated specific landing page, welcome to your selection of blah, blah, blah. So we just take, from the list of entries, we just take all the ones that have an image linked to them in Wikidata, and we use it as an illustration. So we got 100, or if there's less, well, then we don't do it. But if I want to try Sabayat, so do my Kenyan friends here in the back know what Sabayat is? Yes, he's raising his hand, so I'll take it. It's very local, and we're good to go. But next year, let's say you guys want to do some tourism, and we will be in Paris, so let's open something a little more consistent, which will be the Louvre, which is, I'm told, a fine museum. So you're in the Louvre, And here you got every single piece of art that is documented on Wikipedia and related to the Louvre Museum. So you can literally, the plan would be to literally walk around the museum with your own little personal Louvre Wikipedia resource to do. And the idea for the Louvre, so we could do it for Paris. You let me know which one you prefer if you plan to come to Wikimania Paris. You let me know whether you would prefer to have the Paris general Wikipedia thing, the Wiki Voyage Paris, the Louvre Wikipedia, or all of them together, which is also possible. We can't do Wiki Voyage and Wikipedia on the same selection, but as you could see from the tool here, you can actually add, from PetScan, actually here, you can actually add several, so I could do Kenya, Paris, and Switzerland. So I could have my own Wikipedia selection that has a union of those three categories, and that can go up to 30 or 50,000 articles. I think we put a limit because afterwards it gets kind of heavy. But this selection here, the Louvre, is about 16 megabytes, so peanuts. Super easy to store. And this idea of going into the museum part, and that's when probably should be appetite, let's put it this way, for user groups and chapters, came actually from a user group that's called Wiki World Heritage. If you know Yaman and Nassima, they're the ones that got married last year in Singapore. And what they wanted to do was basically use it as a tool for engagement for GLAMs. Because the Louvre, I don't think the Louvre, honestly, really needs to have offline Wikipedia. I'd be surprised you can walk in there and not have some sort of local internet. But now consider you're living in Tunisia, like Yemen, and there's a museum there that's called the Prado, like the one in Spain, but Tunisian. And there's certainly no internet, they have very little budget, and they want to engage with the Prado. So what was their pitch? Was like, look, we can generate an app with your entire collection on it. You just let us work with you. So we will get a Wikimedian in residence, and we will start documenting entries on what's happening in the Prado. And then you can get your little Louvre app. And every single entry of things that are present in the museum can be present and downloadable for you or for your visitors. So that is very much a win-win situation because as a user group, what you want to do is create more content, and a good place to find good content are probably museums, you know. And for the museum, it's just not like, oh yeah, those guys are nice, let's let them walk in for free for 6 months, but like literally, I help these guys get free content on Wikipedia, and in exchange, I'm going to get a very cool app that I can share with my visitors. So there's really there's no more like what's in it for me kind of discussion. Everyone's got something for them working there. So that is the overall idea. You go to wp1.openzim.org. You can actually do a Sparkle selection. So I suck at Wikidata, so I'm not even trying to go there. But you could literally do a selection that is like people born in Kenya in 1956 and died in Britain in 2025, and get a selection with only those entries. You can have that level of granularity. Or you can simply go to PetScan or do simple selection. Here I can go and I can make a list of entries that I want. So I'm planning, I'll be in Paris next year, so I'm planning to go see the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, and probably some, I don't know, Rue de Rivoli shopping street thing. And then again, I will have my own little selection. And I don't need roaming anymore, I can take it with me, or I can go to some places far away where I certainly won't be getting roaming and still get my little thing. So the plan for us, the next steps, that's what's important for the Kiwik stage, is to actually work with user groups and try and identify what needs there would be for such apps. It's fairly easy to process. I mean, as you can see, the list, I did it last night. It was like 5 minutes for each zim file. It was kind of fun, and I could, it's the Wikipedia thing. You start with one, and then you end up with 200,000 later in 2 hours. But what we want to do is really find partnerships where there is meaning. So Wikimedia, we were supposed to have the app this year, and we had some bugs, so we kind of gave up at the last minute. But next year you should be having, so you're the happy few in the know. Next year you will be having an offline Wikimania app with all the related content and relevant content to your travels. But if you have engagement plans locally in your respective countries with museums that you'd like to investigate, call us. We're at qx.org. I mean, we should be famous enough by now, but that be around on the talk page for this project, for this session. So we should be good. I speak rather fast, so I will just be going back and clicking randomly. So do they have, okay, Kenyan gentleman at the back, can you give me a Kenyan dish that's really famous? Right? How do you spell that? U-G... That one? Ugali? Okay, anyway, so that's the idea. Is there any question at this stage? Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
My question is Wikipedia the only platform that can be generated through QX? And then the second part of my question is there a separate platform for or rather to generate a ZIM file, or rather only content that is generated through QX, like Wikipedia, can be generated through a ZIM file, or as a ZIM file?
So I'm not sure I understood the question, so I'll just repeat it and you tell me.
Okay. So it's kind of like two questions in a way. The first one is Wikipedia the only platform, or rather encyclopedia, if I can put it like that, that can be generated through QX? That's the first question. Now, the second one is the ZIM file. Like, is it a separate platform? Because right now, I see that you've been using it integratedly. So just to figure out if there's a separate platform and how to actually navigate it as a separate platform instead of the way that you have been doing it, because you're doing it in a way that you are obviously well aware of it and you're like quick with it. So, yeah.
So yeah, I went a bit fast. So the answer is no. Wikipedia is not the only platform we can do. We can do so we cannot do commons. Obviously, we cannot do Wikidata. Those are too big and not very user-facing, if you will. But we can do Wikiquote, Wikisource, Wikivoyage, Wiktionary. We actually have projects to make Wiktionary apps available also for download. There's a huge market for that, a huge demand. But we can also do like other websites. There's a tool that's called Zimit. So if you go to zimit.qx.org, you just need to enter a URL. You put it here. You put your email address, then there's a queue, and after a couple hours, it will do its thing, and you can download the ZIM file that you can take with you. There's a limit for that, but because some people would just type YouTube and expect a ZIM file of the entirety of YouTube. But I did Habib's personal page, Habib Mani, if you know him, and it worked. So it works about like 90% websites. I wouldn't do it on Twitter or Facebook because it makes no sense, to have an archive copy from even 5 hours ago. But on regular static website, it works fairly well. Basically, every second website here that you see that is not, so MediaWiki is a wiki, so we do that, of course, naturally. It's part of regular process. We get all the TED Talks, we got all the wikis, but like this one, PHP manual, it's to learn PHP, which is a coding language. We did it with Zimit. So we can take whatever we want, wherever we want. The only limitation as far as we're concerned is that it is under a free license. So Creative Commons, public domain, you name it. But that's for download. So if I click here, I can download. I'm gonna get a torrent file if it's a really large one, because 100 gigabytes. So the entirety of Wikipedia in 7 million entries. That would be 100 gigabytes, which is big. until you realize that it's been 5 years already that an average level Android phone is 128 gigabytes of storage. So now you get 256, so you literally can store the entirety of Wikipedia on anyone's phone. Literally, you just need a bit of time to do the copying, but that's about it. Once you're done, you're done. Every single zip file, so that's where I show the magic behind. Every single zip file is actually updated once a month. So here we have a subset in Russian. It started 2 days ago. And you see it's been done 4, 3, 2, 1 month ago. So we do capture every update. The next step would be incremental updates, where you only need to download the changes that have happened in the past month. But that's a lot more complicated because the zip format is extremely compressed. So kind of like DNA, if you will. You need to uncompress the zip file in order to read the file. You do it on the fly with the QX browser, but to open the file, remove what is old, and insert what is new, and then recompress the whole thing, it's not today that you can do it on a regular phone. But all those guys that are being updated every single day, there's like 400 that are planned for today, so you can see how they go. Those are the ones that are currently running. So there's Wikipedia. So we also do top selections. So that's in HY, I believe is Armenian. But every single language, we even get the famous Swedish Cebuenu collection. We had someone from here that came with Shamila, which is a website for, I believe, Islamic poetry, which is pretty big. So sky's the limit. I highly, highly encourage you to come and play with it, because it is pretty cool. Zimit would be your starting point, because you can put whatever you want. But if you know already of websites, or if you know of use cases with subsets of Wikipedia that you think would be useful for your engagement, for your classes. We had one gentleman from Peru come to us saying we want to distribute Wikipedia in classrooms. However, when you go to 8 years old, the first article is going to be looking up on Wikipedia will be Kama Sutra, so we can't do this. Can you please generate a Wikipedia in Spanish without that list of porn, catch, and swear words or whatever, and it made like 2 million minus maybe 250 entries. We actually can do that for like school purposes. So, don't consider anymore Wikipedia to be that one big monolith. It really is your Wikipedia that you can have, your own personal little thing. And I hope it was enjoyable. More questions? No, thumb up. I like it. John, question, yes.
Thank you. For the case and the tool, I think it's a very good idea. No, just a question about. I can imagine going to the tracking points, and you can download Google Street Maps and work in the same way. Because a lot of we have a lot of programs on apps for doing that, but we need to pay for that. So if I can walk to the Colombian mountains and I can mark my points and download to the in the QX way of doing that, so how it will work, okay?
So you will need to be online, of course, at some point. If you know, basically we take what exists already. So you will need to be sure that your entries already exist on Wikipedia and mark them down. And that's how you build your list. So you go to the mountains, there's some places, villages, for instance, that have been identified. Entries have been created. Then you come back and you say, okay, I want this village. And then you create your zip file. So it's very much like very much like when we say Wikipedia doesn't do news. You get the news in the newspaper first, and then you get a Wikipedia entry related to that news thing. Well, here it's the same. You get the Wikipedia entries first on wherever it is you want to go, and then you get the zip file.
You can run you can run Google Street Maps on the offline
Yes.
tool. I didn't know it. Yeah?
Oh, yes, you can.
It works.
It works.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. It's my
You're welcome.
question. I will go for.
Please do.
Hello. I was also want to know whether Kiwis is accessible to any other Ghanaian language.
Yes. The short answer is yes, very much.
Okay.
Let me show you. Do I have Kiwik somewhere? So you can see the list of languages here. I mean, we take every single language where there's a Wikipedia, except for those that are on the incubator. So, for instance, yeah, you get Cree, which has probably like not that many entries. Yeah, it's a very small wiki, but we will get all. Well, okay, I don't speak Cree, unfortunately. Oh, it's going to be closed. Sad. But any other language, there, I know there's a big move for Dagbani, for instance. You would get Dagbani.
Fancy.
Here you get Chuvach, whatever, all of them. If there's a wiki for that, then we can capture it.
Okay.
Except incubator. More questions? No? Well, then I will thank you for being here so early. And it was tight for me. I had to grab a boda boda on the street, and I was on a motorbike for like 2 minutes until I arrived. But I hope you will get to use it, make it yours, play with it. There's no way to break it, you know. It is Wikipedia at the end of the day. So come to us if you have cool ideas. Would love to play with cool ideas. It's fun. Yes, John, more questions. More comment than a question.
No, more than a question is if it is possible to document the uses, because if we don't document the cases, we will lose the experiences.
Yes.
So you tell us this one, maybe it is documented on the Wikimania because it's an important conference. But how we can open the documentation, you know? I mean, how we can get together the Kiwix projects in one platform in an easy, rapid, because we don't have time, we rush every single day. So how to document easy, like okay, where we are, what we learn, and a couple of photographs, and okay, we will know like a network, you know. We work. So how to document our projects with Kiwix for share ideas? It's any idea?
So it's a very good question, and I have no very good answer. How to document this? Well, okay. So basically, on the Wikimania page dedicated to this session, you will have the links, so you can obviously go and play. We try to make it as obvious as can be. You select your project here. So I don't know what DZ is, but you name your list, and then you enter your entries. I mean, that is not rocket science. You should be able to do it. Then you save your list, and you got your thing. Oh yeah, by the way, in order to play with that tool, you need to have a Wikimedia login. So this is my username. I forgot what's the requirement. It's more like in order to have a place to store your list of selections. So you need to have you can't do it as an anonymous. Well, I mean, you can do it anonymously because it's pseudonymous. But in terms of documentation, so there is documentation on the page itself that says here's how you do it.
Yeah, no, my idea is we meet each other here.
Yes.
But where we can meet each other experiences in a short and easy way for learning, because not all the people have the opportunity to be here with us,
Yes.
and in the future. So, for example, in Media Lab Prado in Madrid, they create the docker.js in Google Sites way of documentation with the science laboratories, you know,
Yeah.
the citizen science laboratory, Antonio Lafuente, blah, blah, blah. So it's a really quick way of documenting your experience, your learnings
Yeah.
with Kiwix, because I think it's very important, and we don't have time for documenting that. And documenting, I don't mean spend a lot of time. So just answer three questions, put a couple of photos, and put Kiwix icon or your school icon or your project icon, and go ahead. So, I mean, we can.
So how can we
Sorry,
share feedback and experiences?
Yeah. It's just an invitation to document our projects and cross lines together. It's you, if you let me say that.
So there's some people that have done it on Meta, I believe. Adam, if you want to correct me. Like there's a project in prisons, for instance, where they've been documenting it there. I think Meta would be the best. I mean, the default place. I don't think it's the best place, but we're not very good with that. So we do communicate regularly. We have blog posts, a newsletter, so that people know it exists. But then so that's very top down. But going bottom up, where people can share back, saying, "Hey, I did this and that." Well, you got GitHub, but GitHub is more like the place to complain and say this doesn't work and this should be nice. But we did this on the ground with those guys, and here's the result, and everyone's happy, see the faces. Meta would be the place at this stage. I'll be honest, you're the first one actually to actually request that, and I think it's a great idea. So any idea you have, John, actually send it my way, because I'd be very curious to hear what would be. I think it's encouraging for people to see that others are using the tool. And there's learning, obviously, like, we did this, it worked, we did that, it didn't work. It's a very qualitative feedback. So any idea, welcome. Maybe some sessions out there are already discussing that kind of attitude for other projects. I'll be curious. Thank you.
So
And
I have one last,
yes,
one
sorry.
last question. Sorry.
So sorry.
Yes, in all the Kiwix that I've seen you download, like you did
Yes.
one for Voyage, and I actually realized that the image quality of those Kiwix is
Yes.
it's like perfect, right? So are those images the exact ones that come from the articles within Wikipedia about those particular topics?
So
And is it by design that it only extracts, maybe an article might have more than one image, and then but like the one that is of very good quality is the one that is being extracted?
Oh, you mean so on the landing page here?
Yeah, you're there. So are those images the ones that exist within the Wikipedia article?
Yeah, of course. So let's go to Garissa. So that's the one, that's Central Garissa. It actually looks nicer. It looks nicer here
Yeah, that was
than
my
it looks there.
that was my question. Okay, so Kiwix kind of like makes the image look a bit nicer.
No, we don't make it look nicer. It's just like the way I guess it's an illusion to some extent.
In
They're
a
just
way.
a little bigger and there's no info box around. The
Okay.
limitation we have, however, is that the images are not clickable. You cannot expand them because, again, what we want to do is to save on storage, and images, they're already compressed, so we only get the thumbnails. You
Okay.
cannot click and get the full thing, unfortunately, so that's a bit sad, but it is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if I can open image in new tab. So yeah, I opened for Lamu. Oh, that's still decent. But you won't get the full 1.6, megabyte image that you can download and use as a background. Are we good this time? No questions? All right. Thank you very much for attending. I hope it gave you ideas and things to do. Feel free to reach out. I'll be around. You can see the T-shirt. And have a great day, great last day.
remotely. So I'm just here if there are like any questions, basically. So I'm just supporting on the ground.
Hello, all. Can you see and hear me?
We hear you, Amal. We don't see you yet. 1 second. There you are. Yeah, we can see you. Hello, Amal.
Hey, everyone. Hey, all. So, are we good to start our session?
Yeah, I think we're good, Amal. You can go.
Thank you so much. So, hello, everyone. Welcome to Reading on the Wikipedia mobile apps. I'm Amal, joining you online today from the apps team. And with me in the hall is Sedan. I can see that he already presented himself. Thank you, Sedan, for being with us here today on the ground. If you spot him, feel free to give him any friendly wave or even book him for questions after the session. And also, you can scan this QR code for our session's Etherpad to write anything, question, or comment you have. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here is what we will explore today. We will start with some stories, how real users benefit from Wikipedia apps in everyday life, and then we will show you the best use cases and some of our features. And after that, audience participation and how your feedback shapes our work. Next slide, please. Great. Let's begin with a story, a day in the life of Sarah, our imaginary but very relatable app user. Sarah's on her daily train ride heading to a local community event. The train dives into a tunnel, no internet, but she is unfazed. Why? Because the Wikipedia app still shows the article she was reading. That's because it's saved locally, part of our offline support. Whether she is traveling or just somewhere with patchy connection, she can keep reading. And even better, because her reading history is stored only on her device, she gets personalized suggestions without compromising her privacy. Earlier that morning, actually, Sarah had discovered this article from her Wikipedia home screen widget. At the community center, Sarah switches to her iPad. She's doing some quick research on local history, juggling multiple articles using tabs on iOS, a feature built from direct user feedback. Her friend on the other side, using an Android device, opens Places to explore Wikipedia articles about the landmarks around them, thanks to GPS-based suggestions. Later that week, Sarah spots a small issue with the apps. Instead of brushing it off, she sends feedback through the app. A few weeks later, she gets notification. The bug has been fixed. She's surprised but delighted. She now sees that she is not just using the app, she is actively shaping it. And in between it all, Sarah enjoys occasional reminders, notifications that nudge her toward interesting articles or quick trivia, for example, to test her knowledge. all based on what she likes to read. Next, please. So earlier in this story, we saw how Sarah could keep reading even when her train went through a tunnel. That moment was powered by one of the most valued features in the app, offline reading. With just few taps, articles can be saved directly to your device. So whether you're traveling, commuting, or just in a place with limited connectivity, Wikipedia stays with you. This isn't just about convenience. For many people around the world, it's a necessity. And the best part, it works quietly in the background with no need to log in or share personal data. And now I'm asking you, what other features would you like to have access to offline? Are there tools, content types maybe, or experience you wish worked even where you're not connected? Let me hear your thoughts. Or even add your comments in the Etherpad that was shared at the beginning.
To anyone in the room, are there any of the features you would like to have access to on the mobile apps in offline mode?
We can have our 9 silence seconds, and then we can go to other features, and you always have the chance to get back to this part again.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So let's talk about some insights. One of the ways we're making the apps more personalized to you, to our users, and more fun actually, by the way, is through features like the year in review and the activity tab. We use internal app data stored locally to help users reflect on their reading behavior. For example, the year in review shows you how many articles you have read, your most explored topics, and how your curiosity evolved over the year. It's a small celebration of your knowledge journey. This feature was first released on iOS last year, and we were excited to say that a new edition is coming soon, this time on both iOS and Android. But for the activity tab, it offers more ongoing insights, like your daily strikes and recent activity, all designed to help you stay connected to your own reading habits. So, what could be the other features that include insights would you like to see? Maybe something you would like to track, or a type of summary of your usage to the app, trend, or statistics that would make your experience more rewarding, can we say it, or motivating? And that's the second question to our audience in the room. We will have the same 9 seconds, and then,
There's 1 second, Amal.
okay.
So just the idea that came to me 5 seconds ago. Probably year in review tab is something that dealing with just trends that we had over the years of the like last year. But recently, what's been like very popular in the apps generally is like Spotify Wrapped, all of that stuff. So very personalized review of what you've seen, of what you searched, what have been interest for you like for the last year. I'm not sure if that's to any use, but yeah, kind of it.
Amal, or shall I?
I couldn't hear the last sentence you said, Sidon.
Would you like to respond, or shall
You can go, be my guest.
one of the big benefits of the mobile apps is that we are able to store a lot of information locally on device. So we do have access to the person's reading history, their search history, and that allows us to do some really cool things in a mobile app that aren't necessarily as available as you might have in a web browser. Yes, you can still store those kinds of things locally, but they don't necessarily persist depending on how you manage your cookies and history and stuff like that. So in last year, we kind of provided some very basic of summary statistics of, your reading history. And then this year, we're looking to kind of go even further into that. So one of the things that we added this year was every time you read an article, we retrieve every category that that article is then associated with. And then with that, we're hoping to sort of build up a picture of like, okay, well, what categories of articles do you, and you might not necessarily even be aware of it. One of the other things that we're looking to hopefully try and do, we're working with the data engineering team, and what we're going to try and do is we're going to use the revision scoring models that assess articles for their topics. And so with that, you get kind of very basic breakdowns around geographic topics or particular areas of interest, and trying to arrive at, maybe with a bit of creativity, some of the weird and wonderful framings that Spotify gives of like telling you, oh, you're this kind of listener, or these, this is the music that you're into. So we're going to see what we can try and do. And it's a bit of it's novel for us. We've not done this before, so we'll see how this goes. But yeah, it's an area that we're really trying to see if we can explore and dig in, to give people these sort of interesting insights, but trying to do that in a privacy sensitive manner, and without trying to sort of do over processing people's information and stuff like that. So any other questions
Great.
in the
Do
room?
we have any other questions?
No, I think you're good to Amal.
Okay, maybe Sidney, you can stay on this chair because I'm asking them other questions, so you won't just go and come back again. So can we get to the next slide, please? So another way we're helping users discover content they care about is through the recommendation reading list. Using local data like your saved articles and reading history, we're able to surface suggestions that match actually your interests, whether you're into history, science, or pop culture. I think like what Justin explained, the app quietly learns what you enjoy and recommends new articles to explore. It's a simple way to keep curiosity going, even when you're not actively searching for actual something. So what other types of recommendations would you like to see to make your experience more personal with the app? Would you prefer like themed collections, maybe suggestions based on what others are reading, or something easily or else entirely? This is another question to you.
And I guess just for, if you inspire, go on, we've got a question in the room.
Yes, yeah, that's nice. I'll suggest a geographical based something, right? Because what will be trending at one part of the world may not be trending at the other part. So having a geographical sense of data will also help. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of ways that we could potentially explore that. I mentioned the revision scoring topics, that kind of, and with that there is a coarse-grained level sort of topic association with an article, and I believe that kind of thing is made available through the search index. So it might be possible for us to make some like kind of recommendations based on that. And we have explored the idea about making suggestions based on topic areas. It's kind of something that as a team we've explored and whatnot. We haven't built it yet, but it's something we've definitely been thinking about. So yeah, it's a really good idea.
Can we have a workaround solution to this, Sidon, until we check if we can build this or not? The card on the mobile app that you can choose on the Explore feed, the ones with the trends articles on each wiki, it's based on language wikis, not on regions or geographic places like you explained, but this could be a workaround solution for a similar topic or a similar point.
I think it's definitely something for us to explore. So.
And so my answer to that question, when I think about like interesting articles that I would want to be recommended, there's kind of two buckets there. There's articles that might be interesting to me because they're relevant to my particular interests. And I think that's the one where there's the most potential for like using reading histories to surface recommendations. And then there's also a second bucket, which is articles that are just like odd or unique or interesting enough that they would be interesting to most people. And I think of like examples for that would be the kinds of articles that are surfaced by depths of Wikipedia and other things that you see going around the internet. And also on Wiki, there's like the Did You Know section that like particular popular entries.
Cool. And so it's like, what elements do we want to? Ooh, I actually have the microphone again. Yeah. So I think there's some questions about what types of gamification we want to add. I think one of the philosophies that we're trying to kind of maintain this balance is we want to encourage people to read, we want to encourage people to consume, but we're also wanting the experience that people have to be a healthy and positive one. So it's kind of, it's not that we wouldn't do it, it's not that we would do it. I think it's a really interesting idea and definitely something I'll bring back to the team. Scott.
I'm just going to tag on to that. I like the idea of a Tamagotchi or some kind of personalized pet because I think people do anthropomorphize stuff. I was just wondering whether readers would find it surprising to realize the app had been keeping track of what they'd read over the course of the year. And your idea provides one way around that, which is if your little Tamagotchi also throughout the year develops interests based on yours, right? So it's like today your Tamagotchi is really interested in category food, whatever, because you'd read that. Then it wouldn't be quite as surprising at the end of the year when we do your year in review because you knew your Tamagotchi had been, your little, Wikipedia caterpillar or whatever had been, reading with you all throughout the year.
Hey, Amal. I'm just going to very quickly catch you up on where we are. Sorry about that. We had a bit of a power cut. Can you hear me, Amal? She can't hear at the moment? Okay, no worries. We'll keep going. Any other thoughts on this area about recommendations?
Oh, I take both. Sometimes I need a connection to tools like Shoot.me. So if a user is somewhere, the telephone knows his location, and so it would be great to show him which objects need picture, or maybe just to show him which objects are around, so he could decide maybe if it's good to take back better pictures. Not only articles. It belongs to objects in Wikidata, especially we have some lists for Wikilove's monuments, Wikilove's Earth, and it's just a list, and the objects in many cases are stored at Wikidata.
Yeah, I do want to give a quick shout out to the community team that maintain the Wikimedia Commons Android app. So I believe that is an app that has something akin to Wikishoot. There isn't an iOS equivalent. It is something that we have spoken about as a team about do we provide support within the app for potentially that kind of experience, but also mindful that if the community would like to continue to build on their work, then we may work with them. And similarly, we wouldn't want to sort of encroach on what is a really great community development project on the Android for Wikimedia Commons, but also, maybe at some point in the future, maybe it does make sense to bring that kind of capability sort of into the official Wikipedia app. But it's, Wikishoot.me is a great experience, and it's a great way of creating content in a really structured way. So yeah, I think it's something worth looking into.
The problem of Wikishoot.me is it isn't known to the people just using the app, and it's just known to the inside people. And if we want to catch people from outside and to catch their location, I guess we need the connection. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of you with longer memories may be aware of a time where we gave people the opportunity to take photos and upload directly from their phones to Commons. This is internally referred to as the selfie-pocalypse. And basically one of the byproducts is with a lot of people taking photos of themselves and uploading them to Wikipedia. Now, we've learnt lessons from that time, and also that there are technologies that might be able to help prevent this onslaught of selfies to Commons. It's something that, as I say, we have spoken about, and I think, bringing that to a wider audience is definitely a really positive thing. So, yeah, it's something that we're definitely thinking about, but yeah. Cool. Any other questions on this section? Which is recommendation. Oh, the one thing I was just going to say to come back to Sam's point earlier on, with recommended reading lists, so there are 3 ways that you can generate these recommendations for yourself. So one, you can hit random, and you can let the mobile app just suddenly decide, okay, we're going to go, here's 3 random articles, and generate that. The second one is that we use your current reading history. So you can just, have that basically be extended, go down that rabbit hole. The third option is we do actually provide a mechanism for you to select your own seed articles. And so you can generate, you can select 3 seed articles, and then we'll use the more like option with the search index to basically provide new options. So I think there is a follow-up for Sam just over there. And then, yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on the random button. I always find that as a potentially fruitful place to make improvements, because there's a kind of beauty in the fact that when you hit the random article button, you're very likely to get a random mountain in Antarctica. But there's also other ways that we could think of randomness, of random vital articles might be more likely to turn up important topics.
Yeah.
Random articles with some kind of weighting could just make those more interesting.
So special, slightly less than random, but yeah, cool.
Yes, as far as random articles are concerned, we accepted the fact that the mobile app is more efficient than the web-based ones, right? So I want to ask, inquire about the offline mobile version as compared to the online mobile version. Which one is better as far as randomization is concerned?
Yeah, I mean, with the mobile apps, I mean, obviously we provide. Obviously, you can read online. We do use a special service that basically generates the articles for us. That service is highly cached, so there is a speediness specifically, actually, and that's based on a web component. Scott, his team actually helps maintain that for us, and they're a great partner with us. And so that also gives us the ability to then save those articles offline, and because they're processed, we get to we don't have to deal with the overheads of too much JavaScript and stuff like that. So we have this very highly optimized experience of the mobile apps. So it is not that it is, yes, the experience on the mobile apps is faster, but there are trade-offs with that. We have less interactive content. There's less things that we support, and we're also looking to improve those to sort of get parity between the mobile apps and web. And likewise, on web, when you log in, you no longer receive the benefits of caching. So our readers experience a different level of performance to editors. So it's also worth considering that your experience when you're logged in is not the same as your experience when you're logged out on web. And so there are lots of things and lots of trade-offs that you have to make between performance and then functionality and capabilities. So. Cool. How are we on time? We've got 15 minutes. Yeah, Mal, if we want to move on to the next discussion topic, that would be
Yes,
good.
next slide, picture of the day widget. Thank you. So this is something more visual, as someone already talked about Commons. This small widget brings a beautiful image from Commons right to your home screen. No need to open the app. It's a simple, elegant way to stay connected to Wikipedia every day. and maybe even learn something new from just a glance. It's also part of our broader effort to integrate Wikipedia into daily routines using on-device features to keep knowledge accessible and engaging. So since we already started to hear suggestions about including Wikimedia Commons more with our app, what could be other ways would you like to see Wikipedia projects on your home screen as widget? Specific type of content, quotes maybe, facts, article previews, trivia, as the one we already started with the Android users, that you would enjoy seeing at a glance. I hope we listen to some amazing features or suggestions that we can work on during the next fiscal year.
Perhaps you could add like a specific category of Wikimedia Commons, and every time there's a new upload in that category, you can see the pictures or recent uploads by certain users, something like that. I think that would be very nice.
Yeah, so currently we actually use the Commons picture of the day as the default image. So it's one of the rare situations where we don't use the Wikipedia picture of the day. And partly of that is for coverage. So because not all projects have featured picture processes, we made a decision a long time ago to utilize the benefits of Commons. So in this instance, but it is only picture of the day. So you aren't able to, for example, do like special sub-selections of maybe Wiki Loves Earth or Wiki Loves Monuments. So yeah, that's a potential direction that we could go in for sure. Any other ideas? Oh, one more.
Thank you very much. Just looking at the Wikipedia app, I would like to see, personally, I would like to see on this day a feature on my widget, right, on this day, because it has a lot of things that happen on that specific day at a specific time, right? So I think that would be also to get people to like trying to see what's happened today. In about 5 years ago, what happened on this day, right? I think that can also help people reading articles too.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. So we do support on this day in a select number of languages. And it's actually one of those areas where the community can help bring this feature to more people. So I think we support maybe about 12 to 15 languages. And what we're using is, I think, when you get there's two things. So one, on this day things that are based on the main page. And then there are the sort of July 26th article and a list of all of the things that ever happened on July 26th. So we utilize both of those things. If there is anybody who is interested in bringing on this day to the mobile apps in your particular language, then I would definitely encourage you to speak to myself or also speak to Amal, and we can see if we can help bring on this day from your community into the app for your language. So. Cool. I think we can move on.
Yeah, I'm happy we're getting such comments. Thank you guys for engaging. So yeah, we can go to the next slide. I think you're gonna love this feature. It's one of the most unique features we have in apps. It's Places. It uses your device location to show Wikipedia articles about nearby landmarks and points of interest. Whether you're traveling, that would be amazing, or exploring a new city, or just curious about your own neighborhood. Places helps turn the world around you into a learning experience. It's especially popular with users who love spontaneous exploration. And it's a great example of how we use device capabilities to connect Wikipedia to the physical world. So now it's your moment. What other GPS-based features would you like to see? Could Wikipedia adapt to your movement? Who knows? Or offer notifications as you pass certain places, suggest walking tours. I would love to hear your ideas.
Yeah, admittedly have limited experience using the places feature, but I was wondering if there's plans to allow filtering by the type of place. This is a frustration that I have with Google Maps version of this, where you can, save places to your want to go list, but there's no way to save the restaurant separately from the landmarks, and so it's kind of hard to keep track of that when I have a bunch of green flags, but I'm only looking for a place to eat lunch in that particular moment. Would there be a way to make the places feature on the app, be able to tailor to landmarks or other particular categories of pages, so that if someone's interested in a particular type of place, they might be able to have more control over their experience as to what's recommended to them?
I think it's a really interesting idea. So the endpoint that we're using is a MediaWiki endpoint. I don't know about the level of structured data that is all kind of ready, provided as is. So I don't think the filtering at the moment is available at the MediaWiki level. There's probably a question about whether we can sort of shoehorn in by, pulling in Wikidata and, maybe using some kind of instance of or whatever, and trying to provide some kind of filtering like that. That does get quite complicated, because, the possible combinations of what instance of might be, is almost infinite when it comes to Wikidata. So I think it'd probably be a question of are there things that we can do to improve the sort of special nearby feature from MediaWiki and kind of go from there. But yeah, it's an interesting concept for sure.
So many mics. Thank you. So you were asking about how can we add some other platforms content on the app, and I was wondering that maybe, I'm not completely sure, but I think that some Wikilobster contests now have geolocation tags on their photos, so maybe you can add a picture of Kenya because we're in Kenya, have this picture from Commons and put it on the app.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting idea. I don't believe we have the same kind of capability in the way of there is no API endpoint specifically. I think you can build things with the Wikidata query service and stuff like that, and it might be possible with a Wikimedia. Hello. To use maybe the Wikimedia Commons query service to generate some kind of maps. It's probably easier to do that as a tool rather than necessarily in terms of a production setting. What we do have the ability is obviously with, we do have articles, and with articles we are able to use the API endpoint that kind of provides what that lead image is. And when you, on the map, I'll have to remind myself exactly on how the feature works, but when you click on the map, I think you get basically, you pull up the sort of article card, and I think there's a picture and an image. So you do kind of get that to some extent, but it's not like you can just view a map of images, which is, I think, kind of what you're kind of suggesting. Cool, yeah, no, cool.
I have a sort of opposite GPS feature. I've been talking to some editors who had inadvertently doxed themselves by including their GPS location in images they uploaded to comments. So this might actually be an opportunity for an upload app to actually know your home location, more or less, and use it to warn you, try to upload to your home location. So that's like a GPS feature that avoids uploading GPS data.
Yeah, I mean, currently we don't provide the ability to upload through the apps themselves. So, and I know that I believe that the engineers who were previously on the structured content team, I think, were looking at Upload Wizard and trying to make improvements and trying to scrub that kind of information. I do like the idea of kind of having this being a privacy thing where you If you're too close to home, then you don't. I will say that obviously, if someone is a very prolific photographer, then you could do a reverse of that. And so I think that like you could basically kind of work out where someone is based on where they aren't uploading photos or uploading photos with locations. So it's, yeah. But I get the idea where you're coming from. It's interesting. Cool. We've got 5 minutes. How many more topics do you have to get through, Amal?
I think we have just like 2 slides. I can go through them quickly and then we will have to just wrap up. So I think we can start right now with this slide. Yes, it's about our feedback part and how we receive it. Actually, your feedback becomes reality, and I'm talking about our users' feedback. So taps on iOS, you asked for better multitasking, we made it. Places on Android, you wanted to explore the world around you through Wikipedia, we made that happen. Wiki games on Android, you asked for more fun, interactive ways to explore knowledge, we brought them to life. And it doesn't stop there. Our team listens closely through all kinds of channels, App Store reviews, in-app feedback, talk pages on Wiki. We want to hear from you, and we act on what you say. And just a second, if you can scan the QR code we're showing today, you will land on our Wikimedia apps hub on MediaWiki. That's your one-stop place for features, updates, team documentations, testing, signups, and more. So yes, your voice matters. We hear you. We build with you. Can we go to the next slide, please? So in this slide, I'm supposed to be asking you to open your Wikipedia mobile application if you have it, or download it if you don't have it already. I don't have that. We have plenty of time for this, so I'm just gonna trust you that you will give a shot and try to our applications and try some of our features that we already mentioned, like places tab, check the nearest landmark that shows up, check the article. Did you already know that information about this place, especially that you're in a different country, mostly than your hometown? So that would be a good experience to use the app and get yourself familiar with one of our features and get new information as well. Open 2 or 3 articles and switch between them using tabs. It makes multitasking on mobile so much easier and smoother. And yeah, this one came directly from your feedback. And I want you to explore and ask yourself what's helpful, what could be better, what's missing entirely. Please don't keep those thoughts to yourself. Share them with us. Your feedback really shapes what we build next. Next slide, please. So if you'd like to stay involved or follow up with us after this session, here is how. You can visit our apps team page on MediaWiki, the one that we linked earlier. It has everything from project updates to documentation, experiment pages, and more. Or scan this QR code and subscribe to our quarterly newsletter. It's the easiest way to stay in touch with what we're building. And yes, you can reach out directly to me and the team through it at any time. Also, consider joining our App Ambassadors program. It's a program that we're building currently right now. We will be announcing more about it soon. It's a great way to connect your local community with the apps, share feedback, test new features before they go live, and even try early prototypes. Finally, don't forget that Sedan is with you today in the room. If you got any questions, ideas, or just to say hi, go talk to him after the session. Next slide and final slide, please. So before we go, let me do something and end with something fun. Freedom, knowledge, curiosity, connection, and maybe a little snack along the way. That's the spirit we bring to building Wikipedia apps, tools that empower people everywhere to learn, share, and explore. Thank you for being here. Thank you for reading. Thank you for contributing. Let's keep improving these tools together. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for coming. So we're about to start the session. And just to kick off, today we'll be using this platform called Mentimeter to actually conduct live polling, sharing discussions, and also sharing opinions and so on. So please either scan the code using your phone, where you'll be able to participate in this session. I'm hoping for full participation. And then also, or you could actually go to mentimeter.com and enter the code you see on the screen. So I'll give everyone maybe 30 seconds to do that, and then I'll start presenting. But I'll just tell you a little bit about me in the meantime. So my name is Kadeem Khan, and I've been at the foundation for about 9 months now, so I'm fairly new. And I work on the Movement Insights team as a data scientist, and I work closely with the Product and Tech Advisory Council, or PTAC. And today I'm going to present a set of movement and global trends. And how I'm thinking about this presentation is, this is the last day of Wikimania, and you all have been given so much great information already. So I want to make the session as participatory and fun as possible. So please participate using this platform here. And this is not a lecture. This is like a space for movement, wide reflection, and sharing. I'll share some insights with you. You'll have an opportunity to respond to that, and you'll also be quizzed to test your knowledge on different things. And we only have 40 minutes, so you may see me rushing along a bit. So I appreciate your grace with all of this. So let's have some fun. So the session consists of 5 major topics: editor demographics, moderator and admin fatigue and trends, mobile platform usability, AI-generated content, and then neutrality and verifiable content. So here's our warm-up question, so that I would like you to respond to. Which best describes your current role in the Wikimedia movement? So please respond, and we're already seeing some responses come up here. Okay, so we have some foundation staff, organizers, technical contributors. So we have about half of the respondents come in, so I'll wait a little bit for the rest of them to come in. But it seems like we have some good representation across the movement. You know, we have some newcomers, longtime editors, foundation staff, and other folks. And I really encourage you to answer this question, because we're actually going to be able to disaggregate some of the results by different users as we go along. So definitely answer this question. But I'll press forward. So let's go into the first topic, which is editor demographics and participation. So here's the insight. Registrations are declining. Growth in new contributors has slowed, and many projects rely on a shrinking core of highly experienced users. In the past 5 years, we've seen a 32% drop in monthly active editors and a 14% drop in new monthly active editors. That was a 32%, and then also a 14% drop in active editors. Please keep in mind that these are general trends, so different wikis may have different performance on these metrics. But I'll also like to flag that we see registrations declining, but we also see IP edits declining. So it's not that people are switching over to be more anonymous editors. We've actually looked at wikis with no ability to edit using an IP address only, or edit anonymously, and we also see some registration declines there. We see declines in developed. There's those big developed wikis, but then also in the emerging wikis as well. And there are a few exceptions. I think, for instance, Commons, it's not trending up in a major way, but it is fairly stable compared to some of the other wikis. So Now I have a quiz question for you. Compared to this time 5 years ago, how much lower are new monthly registrations across all wikis? And this is a percent, you have to guess the percentage change. And this is how much registrations have gone down. So please give it a shot. Let's see who can get closest to the answer. Okay, so we were seeing a lot of guesses in the 40s, 30s. Okay, and I'll give like 10 more seconds and then I'll reveal the answer. Okay, we're seeing an interesting distribution around the 30s or so. So I'll reveal the answer now. So almost a 50% decline compared to 5 years ago in new monthly registrations. So that's a major change. And so that brings me to an opinion-focused question. How confident are you that your project is welcoming to new editors? And the results are disaggregated by what you indicated your user status was. So we can kind of see some interesting patterns maybe. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of somewhat welcoming, especially for longer time folks, indicating that somewhat welcoming, okay, neutral. Okay, so let's like collect a bit more data and then we'll go to like a brief discussion on this topic. Okay, so we have about 2/3 of the responses in, and you can kind of see like an interesting distribution, more skewing to somewhat unwelcoming, neutral, but then we also have like a bimodal type of thing going on where we have somewhat welcoming, but very few extremes. That brings us to the opinion-focused question. So feel free to actually, you can enter your answer on Mentimeter, so it comes up on the screen. It's open-ended, or feel free to answer to the room directly. What editor segments are we losing or not reaching? And what do newer contributors struggle with? And I want to hear what you have to say for the projects that you focus on. And as I said, you can enter your answer, or you can say it to everyone in the room. So. Okay, so we're seeing acronyms and very specific policies coming in. We're not reaching young people as well as we could. Technical stuff might be hard for people to digest. Newer generations, the digital skills, they struggle to understand policies. People of color, younger generations. Does anyone want to kind of explain a little bit about what answer they gave and why? Global South. Elderly people and younger generations, the platform can be had. ChatGPT users. Okay, who wants to talk about, who said ChatGPT users? Can you briefly talk about that? Or, yes, we have a...
I didn't say ChatGPT users. But I did say people of color. So I'm from New York, I'm in the US. And overwhelmingly, we know that the Wikimedia movement is majority white. And so I think there's some active engagement and creative engagement that we need to do with communities of color in general, thinking about how we activate them using culture and creative engagement strategies.
Definitely.
Okay, so my answer, the ChatGPT, was just thinking about like the funnel of like recruitment and outreach, and if people aren't even going onto our project, then they will never be editors or like new contributor because they're just in a different segment of the information ecosystem. That's
Yep, definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
I said acronyms and policies. Sorry, I'm here. Hi. So I think I was answering that second question, what do newer contributors struggle with? And I think it seems to me, speaking to people, their anecdotal experiences, there's quite far when you start making your first edits, because you might get reverted and there might be maybe some kind of unfamiliar acronyms or policies that you're pointed to without very much guidance, and it doesn't seem like a particularly welcoming experience. There isn't that kind. I don't know if you heard that last bit. There isn't much empathy for newer contributors.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And I also faced a steep learning curve when I started editing, and I think my first 4 out of 5 edits were reverted. So I totally understand that it can be discouraging. So let's move to to round 2. You'll also have more opportunities to have a discussion. So this topic is on moderator and admin fatigue. So here's the insight. Although it varies by wikis, admin numbers are generally not growing in line with project needs as fewer people take on advanced roles. Many are overburdened, and new admins are difficult to recruit or retain. Compared to this time period, 5 years ago, there are 10% less monthly active admins across all wikis. And as I said, I don't want to paint, that's a painting with a very broad brush, because we know that some wikis are actually trending upwards in terms of their admin recruitment. And then also, one interesting insight that came out of the research org at the foundation was that it's not that wikis are losing admins at this disproportionate rate more than they used to in the past. It's that they're not recruiting as quickly to replace them. So that kind of informs like some potential strategies there. So now let's get to the fun part. So there's a quiz question on the screen, and the quicker you answer, the more points you get. So this is a competitive question. So 79% of active editors agree that Wikipedia is a great place to contribute. What percentage of administrators agree with that statement? Is it higher, lower, about the same? Okay, so the correct answer is 74. So it's lower than the average editor. Not as low as 60, so but still lower. So there is like so what does that say if the administrators who are volunteering their time to really make the movement a better place, if they can't even agree with that statement? So now we have an opinion question, and I'm really interested in seeing how different types of users respond to this. But how confident are you that your project is recruiting administrators at an adequate rate? So we have about 40% of people already saying not confident or somewhat confident. So this is coming up as an area where we have to do a lot more work. We're seeing more organizers and affiliates kind of spread across, which is interesting. And then we're seeing more long-time editors saying not confident or somewhat confident. So very interesting distribution. Me as like a data nerd is like so into this. So like, thank you for indulging me. Okay, so now let's have a brief discussion on this. So again, same as last time, you can enter your answers to this open-ended question, but I also want to hear from some people in the room. What do you think would be the most effective intervention for your project to increase the number of active administrators? And feel free to enter your answer, but also I want to hear from some folks. Direct outreach to good candidates. And admin training, school or camp, that's a good one. Trial period. Yeah, I think I heard like some wikis or there's some ideas about like intern admins where they like admin for like a little while to test things out. Active training, temporary admins, automation, changing admin election process. So Who mentioned the election process? Can someone like kind of expand on that a bit? Sorry to put you on the spot, but it was an interesting answer.
Yeah, I mean, this view comes from the German-speaking community, and okay, we're staff, right? So, but looking at how the election process works is just so devastating to see how people that apply for adminship are treated. It's just so bad. And I know that the admin community is actively trying to look into how that can be changed, but I think this is one of the big things that keeps some people from even applying.
Got it. Makes sense. And someone said break up admin responsibilities. I think that's an interesting one. Can whoever said that expand on it? Or if someone has ideas about how to do that, can you share some? And someone said, no need for more administrators. Can we talk about that a bit? If you're comfortable sharing. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So, like a small wiki community are struggling for the new contributor. So, no need for more administrator, I think, because one or two administrators can handle the project. Yeah, it's very hard to find out the new contributors. Like we are doing education program and all, but getting new contributor to the project is very hard. So yeah.
Got it. And that kind of just brings the point home that, every wiki is a different context, Yes, we have another response here.
I would say that with small communities also global admins can help. That's something that's more relevant for smaller communities. But in bigger communities, we absolutely need more admins, and it's absolutely no discussion there, I would say. Yeah, and I wrote a comment about not being harassed in real life. The problem is that comparing to 5 years ago or like 10 years ago, being admin was not a big deal. Well, it's supposed to not to be a big deal. But now it's so much big deal that basically people seeing this as a huge, huge responsibility. And yeah, many just don't want to deal with that. And like, I understand why. So.
Yep, and we have one more and then we'll move to the next round.
Thank you. For me, I will just disagree with someone who said no need for more administrators. For example, I'm from Uganda. We don't have an admin around in East Africa. I doubt if we have one. And also in Africa, I'm not so sure how many are here. But we usually face some challenges. We have our secondary references, which we base on writing articles, and you try to publish an article and it is brought down. The reason they are telling it's not notable or it's not given a wide coverage. But our question comes down that, yes, for us it is notable, and we know it's notable. It's a topic which is notable, but for you don't know. Reason, not all these medias will publish your information. There is wouldn't say, they have things they are interested more, because medias are standing to a business. They are after selling out their information. They are not after digging deep into every search which people might be interested. So you find out, you write an article about a subject, and this subject is pulled down. You try going into the consensus so that this article, you can try appealing for the article, but they can't revert it. They can't revert the deletion. And I wish if we had someone whom they can trust, because admins are some trusted users on the Wikipedia. Everyone respects his decisions, and if we had some people like that one, they may be able maybe to give us a raise about our voice, so that we can also be able to improve the contributions, because I've been organizing some campaigns for the last 3 years, and one of the challenges towards getting active contribution is, one, new users are discouraged. The articles are deleted, some speedily deleted, and one loses an article, and before you try convincing him to do it again, you'll be like, our last one was deleted, so I'm scared even this one, they may delete it, and you find out that you're losing out people who could be interested in contributing, but because the subject they might write about, it may have 1 or 2, 3 notable references. That's when you're trying to look at those non-news medias in Uganda. And if we try to include those, I'll be like, oh, you have included low, like the number of references you're included are so low to support your article. So it ended up being deleted.
Right.
That's what I would like to share.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing your experience. I'm going to. Oh, and you can also vote on your colleagues' responses. So, but I'm going to move on to the next topic, and I may be a bit quicker on this one given limited time. But this one is on mobile platform usability. So, here's the insight: mobile editing remains a challenge to many. It is notable since most web traffic in the global south comes from mobile devices. And if new contributors, especially from mobile-first regions, find that Wikimedia mobile editing tools are difficult, we may see participation plateau or decline. So, quick quiz question. Mobile accounts for 60% of Wikipedia traffic. What percentage of editors across editors, not edits. What percentage of editors across all wikis are majority mobile editors? Okay, so we have we're kind of seeing a kind of clustering around 20% or so. But the correct answer is 16%. So yeah, you all were very spot on with this. It goes to show you that even though a lot of people use mobile web to read, there may be more opportunities to get more editing done on mobile, especially given the equity aspects of things in the global south, where a lot of people may not have access to desktop computers. So that brings us to the discussion side of things. So, in one word or phrase, describe your experience editing on mobile. I have a few words myself, but I want to hear from you all, and your answers will show up on the screen, but I also want to hear from maybe 1 or 2 people in the room if we have time. Grim, painful. Also, if you've had a really positive experience editing on mobile web, please share that. Do not feel discouraged by what you're seeing here. But we're seeing things like challenging, limited, dirty. Who said dirty and it wants to share what they mean by that? Because I think that's an interesting take. It could speak to the interface or something else. I don't know. Can someone expand on that a bit? If they're comfortable sharing. So we have hated it, easy-ish. Hard to find the sandbox. This is really, really helpful, y'all. Non-existent. Okay, so who wants to talk about how they responded to this question or how they've interfaced with mobile editing? So we probably only have time for 1 or 2. If you haven't spoken, I encourage you to speak, but let's start.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the sandbox piece because, so I work for an affiliate and we do trainings a lot with new editors. And we do have a number of people who edit on mobile. And probably every single time someone is asking, where do I find the sandbox? I can't find it in the mobile app. I'm trying to create a draft. And then we have to go through all these hoops to find it, including searching the word sandbox. Clicking on it, it takes you to the Wikipedia article for sandbox, and then there's something about, being whatever. It's just a long, drawn-out process. So it would be really helpful to have the sandbox be prominent on the main page, so folks don't have to jump through hoops to create a draft on mobile.
Got it. That's a really good specific point. I think we're gonna move to the next topic just because we're behind on time a bit. Topic 4, a very hot topic, AI-generated content. So, as you know, like AI is affecting the world, not just the movement, in like many ways. So, at least for this conversation, I chose to focus on two main ways it could be affecting the movement. One is more on the readership side. So, AI tools like chatbots are reshaping how people find, summarize, and generate knowledge. This may shift reader expectations, as they may want some quick and conversational answers. They may get used to that type of engagement. But then the second thing I chose to focus on here is infrastructure. So we're also observing a significant increase in volume with most of this traffic being driven by scraping bots collecting training data for LLMs, placing strain on the infrastructure. This causes disruptions and it raises data center costs. So as you know, AI can affect the movement in many different ways. For instance, there may be conversations on how we can incorporate AI on platform. There may be concerns about low quality AI content on platforms. So there are just many different ways it can affect the movement. But that brings us to this quiz question. So everyone, you just have maybe like a minute to respond to this quick quiz question. The faster you can get the right answer, the more points you get. But this is a true or false question. ChatGPT has surpassed Wikipedia in global website traffic rankings. So we have true, false, they're tied, or it depends on the source. So the correct answer is it's a bit of a trick question, I guess, because it does depend on the source. Some sources show ChatGPT surpassing Wikipedia in rankings, and then some show Wikipedia actually still ranking higher. But I think the important takeaway here is just the disruptive nature of these types of technologies, and that they are definitely on the climb. So there's no way to avoid the AI conversation. So let's move to an opinion question. With respect to the Wikimedia movement, what concerns you most about AI-generated platforms like ChatGPT, but not limited to? Is it diminishing relevance of the movement? Is it introduction of tools on platform? Is it low-quality AI content on platform? Is it pressures on our infrastructure? Or are you not concerned, or you have some other concern that isn't on this slide? And I would like to hear like why some people answered this question the way they did. So I'm opening the floor if anyone wants to talk a bit about their answer. So interesting, we're seeing like a major, we're seeing like more than 50% clustering in diminishing movement relevance. We're also seeing concerns about low quality AI content. Someone said other concern. Does that person feel comfortable sharing why? Yes, Kirsten.
Well, I almost did diminishing relevance, but I wasn't sure if it was really trying to describe what I am worried about, which is that as there's more AI-generated content and search results are surfacing, AI summaries and that sort of thing, we're just receiving less traffic directly, and I think that impacts our funnel into getting people started on the wikis and contributing. So I still think that I didn't select the first answer because I don't think that our relevance is diminished, because AI and tools use Wikipedia as a source. However, recruiting and retaining new editors, I think, is something that is very worrisome.
Great point. Does anyone have like a quick point we can take before we move to the next topic? Yes.
Yeah, it just seems to me that we are very aware of the problems. Like there have been multiple sessions during this conference in which we addressed the same exact topics. It seems like what was happening in the Britannica offices 23 years ago around that. So they were having these very discussions, and they had no answers. And the thing that concerns me the most is that it's some years that we have been aware of these issues, but I don't see the strong response that we would probably need to, try to stay a bit relevant and not end like Britannica.
Got it. And yeah, thank you for sharing that perspective. Okay, so given time, I'm going to move to the last topic, which is neutrality and verifiable content. So this one is a bit harder to understand upfront, so I'll explain a little bit. But so public trust in online information across the internet is declining. Around the world, consensus about what is a fact or a neutral source is increasingly fragmented and politicized. Wikipedia's commitment to neutrality is more essential and more challenged than ever before. And there have been efforts to suppress information in various ways through like coordinated editing, pushes, government pressures to remove content, disinformation campaigns, harassing editors that work on specific topics, fragmented views of neutrality, which kind of shows that it's not always an agenda. Sometimes people just have a fragmented view of like what's considered neutral. So just a lot of things happening in this space, and it's kind of hitting a fever pitch. So that's why it's one of the key trends that we're looking at. This actually led to the establishment of the Neutral Point of View Working Group, and their resources, where you can read about that working group presentation if you want. But let's do a quick quiz on this. Like, what percentage of wikis do not have clear and easily accessible neutrality guidance as determined by the NPAR working group? Let's see what you all think. So we're seeing close to 50%. Okay. People are just like guessing 50 because I guess they don't know. That's what I would do, but okay, so the correct answer is it's 45%. So less than 50. And this is research done by the NPOV working group, and they have some great like insights. If you there's a link to them in the resources. So let's bring that brings us to the discussion. What do you think for your project is the biggest challenge to neutrality? You can choose up to two. Is it political pressures, partisan or biased sources, underrepresentation of minority views, lack of clear policy, coordinated manipulation, or something else that isn't on the slide? Or if you're unsure, like totally fine to respond that way. Interesting. So we're seeing a lot of people saying coordinated manipulation of content, and those people that have said that tend to be more longer-term editors. We're also seeing a lot of people saying underrepresentation of minority voices. Again, more longer-term editors indicating that. We're seeing a lot of newer editors indicating political pressures. So we're all over the board. Who wants to speak to this in a brief way, given the few minutes that we have left? Who wants to talk about how they responded to this question? Or if there's something other that isn't on the slide, like please feel free to raise it.
I wanted to share a brief observation because we're working on a neutrality policy now, right? And only one person said that's the challenge. Only one person said the lack of clear policy is the biggest challenge, but that's where we're focusing. Yeah.
So it's like, that's like a solution.
Yeah.
But that solution can very well affect some of the other responses.
Yeah, so. I guess. I voted like the underrepresentation of minority voices, but I was curious. I was confused about this one myself. Like, is it the challenge that the voices are under? Yeah, I wasn't sure how to understand this one actually. Like, what is the tension between the underrepresentation and the neutrality?
Got it. So you might interpret it as certain voices just aren't reflected in what's on a given wiki because those voices, they don't have access to wiki, or they're systemically left out of the conversation. So we don't get the neutral point of view. We get one side of the story, for instance.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this? I know this is a very like meaty topic as well. Any other responses before we close out the activity? Okay, we have one more here.
I'd also like to comment that neutrality is often achieved as a common shared effort. So if there are more contributors that work on the same article, then it's easier that it's going to be more balanced. While if the contributors decrease, the contributors number decrease, and so less people work on the same articles, then a single person maybe isn't always able to be so neutral. While collectively we achieve greater results.
Got it. And that's an important point. Anything else before we move on? Okay, short on time, but let's sum up and like just one final activity. If you want to respond to this, but I guess like for your project in particular, like there's so many global trends that we're tracking and movement trends, and they affect your project in different ways. Like how would you rank these different areas? Keeping in mind totally that this is just a subset of things. There may be other trends that are affecting your project that just aren't here, and that's totally fine and valid. But how would you rank these different areas? Okay, so we're seeing just a few responses come in, and we're seeing editor demographics and participation rising to the top. So I'll let a few more responses. I'll give it like maybe 30 more seconds, and then I'll move to like the closing. Okay, and does anyone want to say why they responded in the way that, what they ranked as the first or last, and why? Or any surprises? Yes, we have someone.
I ranked the neutrality and verifiable content as the first, because I think they are the basic pillars of our project. And if we're going to lose our neutrality and the verifiability of the content, then this will have a great impact on what our readers will do, and how our projects are seen by all external parties.
And what project do you focus on, or projects?
Mainly Wikipedia and Wikidata.
Okay, nice. Okay, so I want to move to like the final prompt. Thank you so much for participating in this. I want to end on a positive note because this is my first Wikimania, and what I've noticed is a lot of great energy and a lot of excitement, and I am very like, well, that is rubbing off on me, and I'm very like excited. So I don't want us to dwell on threats. I want us to like end on like a positive note. So what about the movement makes you most hopeful for its future? So feel free to, you can ask for the mic, or you can enter your answer, but all contributions are welcome. So, we see vibrant community that try to listen more, affiliates, Wikimaniacs. We're basically the only nonprofit out there. Anyone can join. The next generation of organizers. The last best place on the internet. I like that one. That's like a cool slogan. Collectiveness, involvement of young people. Does anyone want to end on a positive note to close out? We have like 30 more seconds. "20 years of Wikimedia and still going strong." Okay, well, thanks so much. I want to show you all that if you want to add any feedback on any trends you think are missing that affect your project that didn't come up today, feel free to add that whenever you have time. This is something I will look at and share internally with my colleagues at the foundation, and then also There are resources on all of these topics. If you want to read more, I provided some links so you can read more about these different topics and how the foundation is working on them. But thank you so much. Oh, yeah, sorry. This one? Oh.
The first page of the links. Thank you.
You should, I think you should have it, as long as you scan, you should have it, should have access to it. Okay, what I'll do is I'll add all of this information to the event page so you can access it. Okay. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Like, we're out of time, but I really appreciate it.
nashindwa Yeah. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, so is it working? Yeah? Yeah, you can talk. I can talk. Which one? Okay. No?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh? No. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I think it works. Yeah. Let's begin then. Is it okay to begin? Yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to be here to present you our thoughts about a very, very, very important topic that we are having right now across the Wikimedia movement, which is the artificial intelligence and its impact on the evolution of our Wikimedia movement. I am very glad to present this session Dr. Abdesattar Erdeti from the University of St. Andrews, the UK, and Mr. Mohamed Bashunda from Wikimedia Algeria. I will leave the floor now to Mr. Abdesattar to introduce us to this insightful topic. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
We hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. It's quite a pleasure to join you here today, even though virtually. But yeah, it's quite a pleasure to discuss also this timely topic that's also close to my heart with my colleagues, and hopefully we will share something that you will take with you home at the end of the day. So let's cut right to the chase and discuss why should I care about this topic. So obviously there are a lot of reasons out there, but like we wanted to kind of dig a little bit deeper to the kind of core issues that we need to care about and take into consideration when we are approaching this topic. So I've read recently a paper, it was quite interesting, about the use of AI actually in complementing and like building up certain pieces of missing pieces of certain artifacts, historical artifacts and piece of art, and they have noticed that there is a pattern of this AI generating these images that complement. So there was like stereotypical image of how this should be complemented or completed in a way that kind of reflects a little bit of bias, and they've done this small experiment that I tried to replicate to show the point that I'm trying to make here today. So if you looked up any of the latest state-of-the-art AI tools nowadays, ChatGPT and DeepSeek, that I have used in this experiment to ask a simple question, create an image of a certain culture. And here I tried to kind of generate a bunch of images of the Arab culture. And you can see here like a stereotypical image of like souk, people in the mosque, in the deserts, you know, and for some reason there's a person with 3 legs. I don't know why, but yeah, let's move on. But yeah, so that's one thing. So if you try to kind of also create the English culture, at the beginning it didn't hit me, but like a colleague of mine said like, this is definitely a touristic vision of how London is, specifically London doesn't reflect the rich English culture. And if we look at the American culture as well, this is a little bit more kind of, you know, diverse, but still it's the Hollywood image of what the USA is. And for some very weird reason, there's like a man Statue of Liberty. It's not weird. There's the reason for all of this. It's because of the data is being fed. And we're going to discuss this, but the most important question that we're going to ask now here, after we've seen what we have seen, AI is shaping history. People are using it in all sorts of fields to complete certain artifacts or to teach. Or so AI is shaping history, but who is shaping AI? And if we want to dig deeper into this question, there's like a study or like the Internet Health Report that Mozilla Foundation releases every few years. It's in 2020. This is kind of a map from that report that shows how often certain data sets from certain countries are being used for performance benchmarking across all research, or like 26,000 research papers about AI. So these are the data sets that being used as a kind of benchmark for certain studies. And you know, like if you've looked also like this map is obviously like there's an inflation in certain countries, and that's kind of, even though data sets are being created worldwide, but here I'm focusing on which are being used to, again, build and train these AI modules. And we can see how, like these data sets are dictating how AI, like the companies who are like, you know, fostering these data sets are dictating how AI should be used and who should benefit from it, from which data is being kind of incorporated into these data sets. And if you look a little bit closer, you can notice that AI benchmarking comes from just almost 12 elite institutions and mostly based in US, Germany, Hong Kong. So where are these data sets coming? Where are the data coming from? Majority is coming from the internet, you know, scraping all of what's out there. And obviously, most of those who have attended this session already know that there's bias in the internet kind of being reflected. And we have the issue of bias in Wikipedia, where the English, for example, version is in the size is dominating the size of overall Wikipedia, and most of the content, according to research, is coming also from American, white, and male perspective in Wikipedia. This is also another. So if the biggest and the majority of content's coming from Wikipedia, we need to pay a closer look, and we need to pay attention to make sure that this content is kind of, again, supporting a fair AI training and so on. And this is kind of a map also like based on an Oxford research. They looked at the geotagged article across the globe, and you can see a pattern here. You see like how most of the content is coming from North America, and 84% actually of North America. Europe and North America are the home of 84% of all articles geotagged. And not only that, there are more Wikipedia articles in English than Arabic about almost every Arabic-speaking country in the Middle East. So this is kind of, again, could draw a picture here of how AI is looking at the world, and also research is showing how the bias in this content is being amplified when it's being fed to these AI training modules. And again, it's not only bias in, bias out, but like it's being amplified. And obviously they are trying all sorts of things to patch this and fix this bias through patch the content data sets with AI generated content. But again, all of this also proven to be causing more issues than addressing it on the long term. So again, I want to draw this picture of how the AI is looking at our world at the moment as we speak. This is how the AI is representing the world, and obviously that needs certain like out-of-the-box solutions, out-of-the-box ways of how we could address that. And with this, I would love to hand over to my colleague who would discuss a couple of options that we could look at, and then we can look later on at, have a closer look at the specific techniques or methods that we could follow. So I'm handing here to my colleague, Mohammed Bashunda, who's going to take on the next segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abstar. Thank you, Abstar. And thanks to the technology, without this technology, we can't meet online and in person. I'm Bashunda. I'm a contributor since 2005. I'm contributed in Wikipedia Arabic, French, and different projects like Commons. And I see a different step or era of development of knowledge collecting, and we have the opportunity to use the AI not afraid. We shouldn't afraid about the AI, but we need to exploit the high capacity of AI to improve or to grow or to our knowledge, free knowledge for all the humanity. As a supporting role, not a replacement, we have many propositions. AI is not a replacement of human contributor. Yes, it's a tool help them to work better. Also, it's keeping human touch in encyclopedia. Is important to ensure a quality and equality, not to contribute to generate knowledge is not the role of AI in our community. AI should be used only for a simple, repeated or support task. We also already use bots for many tasks in Wikipedia. Why not use AI to improve the knowledge? Next slide. Start. As an accelerator of community activity, yes, AI can accelerate the activities of our community to support organizing, coordinating community, speed up page editing. We can use the AI to have speed or fast editing for it, and help to sort and classify new contribution, categorization, many tasks, many automatic tasks. Next slide. Yes, it's a smart partner for the community. Yeah, we have the opportunity to use the AI to track suspicious edits, to recognize behavior pattern, and to support page moving. Next slide. Transparency of AI-generated content. Yes, with the AI, we need to create different tool to detect the AI-generated text. Why? Because there is a theory or a fact actually with a still background. A still regenerated, it's not actually a good still for the medical tools, etc. Also, we can think that with the knowledge generated with AI is not good. We need to preserve the human knowledge, not the introduce the AI knowledge generated. Improving, okay. Thank you. Improving the community-based content checking to build the trust and keep quality strong. Next slide. AI for translation guided by human. AI is a very huge tool to help the community to a part translating tool with required human review. It's a condition. Human should review any translation created and create interactive translation templates. Also train a new user on how to edit machine translation and adapt them to a local context, because different article in different Wikipedia languages has not the same senses, and we need to have more attention about that bit during the translation. AI, next slide. So what can really work? We need to give the community a control panel to choose how AI is used locally by created a new, why not a new policy or new condition to how the contributor can use the AI, or when they can't use the AI in the knowledge generation. Also, we need to involve community in building AI tool that match their need and culture. Also, set a clear limit. I shouldn't create a full article. It's okay, and without human involvement. any solution.
Okay, thank you.
Next to you.
Okay. As I mentioned, thank you so much, Mohammed. I will get back also to look at, to have a closer look at specific solutions that hopefully are in the making. And yeah, so any solutions, we've discussed a lot of issues. At the first segment, we looked at like an overall picture of how we could act and support our community. But like we need, before like looking at the solutions, we need to kind of also again absorb the importance of what we are doing here. We always kind of try to catch up from my perspective, again, my personal humble opinion. Like in Wikimedia movement, I find in the past, hopefully this has been changing. I've attended last Wikimania. I've noticed that we are kind of changing this, but we are always trying to catch up, you know, with whatever is the latest. So I think we should not miss this one. AI should be taken seriously, and we need to advocate. We've, again, like I guess the picture that I have drawn at the beginning of how important this last stronghold, you know, of us as a humanity in terms of knowledge repository. We need to protect it. We need to invest in it, and we need to advocate for it. We need to advocate it in a world flooded by misinformation. And recently, also, there is a paper that I also recently read on how less and less content online are available for these big corporations to scrape because of the license. So actually, Wikipedia, one of the last few big repositories of knowledge that could be scraped. So again, we need to advocate. We need to kind of contribute and show the world that our contributions shape global understanding of this, especially in the underrepresented languages and topics. We need to invest more in the voice of these communities being represented on Wikipedia, so that again break this vicious cycle of bias. We must advocate of inclusive community-driven knowledge production. Now is the time. We need to move fast. Okay. I tried, you know, like to put it into one sentence. What should we do? We need to invest in people. As I mentioned, like researchers and scientists, they try to kind of, because there is bias in the content, let's patch it with a little bit more content that represent certain groups with AI generated content. But again, research showed that this is going to lead to something called module collapse. I'm not going to go, but look up the term and you get the point. Like, it's not a solution to patch it. Some people are like, let's use certain algorithms that, you know, adapt in the middle in the training. It would ensure that, you know, it would take into account not leading to a biased results. Again, that's also one way, but it's not ideal. The third option, you know, on the other end, once it spit out certain biases, let's filter it out and put something else. But everyone is missing the very clear, obvious option that we should do. Why don't we invest in people to contribute more to Wikipedia, to contribute in building also AI modules that it's not about the technology only. We don't want to bring only the human back to the loop. We want to lead this loop, but how? Humans are complicated. Everyone knows this, and it's interesting. But human solutions, we need to look at domains. Like my research area is human-computer interaction, and it's quite interesting. You know, we're also trying to catch up with all of this technology, see how we make use of it. We need to see how we can empower these communities, because like, okay, we want people to contribute, but like they cannot because they don't have the skills. So that is a step back that we need to take everyone. If we want a fair AI, you know, that represents one, we need everyone to be represented in the data. And to do so, we need to invest in the digital skills that people possess so that they can contribute to these open knowledge platforms, so that we break this cycle of digital exclusion and AI bias while fostering more ethical and representative AI systems. So that's where we are at. And we hope that more people would join this kind of mission that we put to ourselves. Last Wikimania, we gave a workshop about this, and some people signed up. we are in the process of moving forward, maybe slowly because of the capacity. Unfortunately, I'm a full-time lecturer, education focused, so I don't get to do the fun stuff. But we are close to kind of, again, fulfill this mission, hopefully, which is about making knowledge production inclusive and diverse, equitable, and accessible to all people, regardless of their background, by engaging research institutions and high impact open knowledge projects and bringing researchers closer to communities to address social issues like the one that I've discussed, digital exclusion, that's preventing us from contributing to open knowledge. So we've also done interesting projects during the past year. Since last Wikimania, we've looked at the role of universities. What role universities? University is one of the last strongholds of an ethical kind of representation of our communities, maybe supporting the communities' needs. So we are looking at the role that the universities could play in the whole kind of, again, a scenario that I've discussed and the story that we are building. We've also conducted certain projects where we are training marginalized communities. This is a group of asylum seekers in Edinburgh where we've taught them basic digital skills. What is a mouse? What is a keyboard? And then we trained them on Wikipedia, and they were fascinated when they've learned also about AI and how this kind of, again, combination of stuff gave them, the confidence to be part of this digital war. So we need to invest more in creating AI literacy programs that, again, tackles 2 points. We need to get them the skills needed to contribute to the knowledge, and hopefully invest in the training modules more so that we can get them to, again, represent data that hopefully, on the long term would contribute to filling the knowledge gap. So I want to make the point here, digital exclusion is not just about access, it's about representation in the information that shapes decisions worldwide. These people who are excluded at one point, when AI model is going to make decision, they're going to exclude them again, and that's a vicious cycle. So putting all of this into one slide, we are trying in the IDEA network, which again, created in 2021, during COVID, we are trying to build a network of researchers and community leaders and community members as well as policymakers, where all of them are kind of, again, being put in an ecosystem to address digital poverty. So we will be developing certain training modules that would be, again, researched by researchers, so that it would be improved. These training models would address both digital exclusion and get them to contribute to open knowledge projects like Wikipedia. And we are planning to also, I'm not going to get a lot of details, but would love to discuss what is the concept. We are very close to submit a grant, EPSRC network grant here at the UK, and we've already had a lot of interest from people across the globe. So if you feel like, we'd be interested in how we are putting this mishmash of open knowledge as well as exploring and researching, training, and infusing AI to this process in a way that would support rather than replace, we would love to discuss this further. So this is kind of, again, our vision of what could be next for Wikimedia mission. The problem, I've discussed it several times, current AI applications in Wikimedia and people trying to use AI, let's generate text that could end up in a certain article, which is a big problem, by the way. There's a research paper about how there's an increasing amount of content, AI generated content, finding its way to Wikipedia. Not all of it is ended up there, but it's finding its way. So there's a problem. So the vision is to think about AI differently, equip trainers with the AI-powered sidekicks that would align their personal teaching style, domain and community needs, adapt to the culture, as Muhammad have mentioned already. And again, the proposal is to develop context-aware AI bots to assist during editathons and training sessions. These won't replace trainers, but amplify their impact. How we do that, maybe this is a bit of a technical part. I'm exploring a lot and experimenting with side, fun projects that I have been working at, as well as some MSc students also taking on certain projects, some of them looking at the gaps, how we could use AI in a retrieval augmented generation. So retrieval, this is going to be the bit where Hassam is going to talk a little bit about it, so I'm not going to dive But yeah, there are certain options and certain techniques and methods that we could use the AI in a way that would not maybe lead to a lot of hallucination and would be more context based. Again, we want to allow trainers to train the bot. This is also one of the things that I'm very keen to explore from a research angle, how we can get the trainer, to fine tune certain modules on their local devices, with the resources available to them to do it, and how we to deliver also support, flexible support through chat interface for those who are in the training or our users. So AI that fits the movement, we think that we need models that are transparent, localized, context sensitive, and reflects the vision or the values that we hold close to our hearts. We need to start with trainers, and at least this is what we are trying to do. And suggested features, they are also, again, these are some of the features that we could look at. Trainer defined prompt libraries. We could have prompts libraries, something copy paste and replace certain bits, so that AI would behave in a certain way that would, again, fit the context and the guidelines and the that the trainer or the community needs. Real-time Q&A bots would be also one option. Language model alignment, again, refinement, we've mentioned this, and the feedback loops. We want also AI to evolve with us, again, learn from us rather than like learn for us. And that happens when AI learns. When a trainer corrects something, it should be taken into account by the module. And all of this, if you put them in one context, we would have a chance of, again, riding the wave to support our communities rather than just catching up. So I'm going to hand now to Hossamuddin, who's going to discuss a practical application of how we could use LM in a example that we would love to take forward a step further once we get the support. But maybe this is, again, something like a concrete example that we could look at together. And thanks to Hussam, we have it today with us to present. So Hussam, it's stage all yours.
As actually a Wikimedia and AI enthusiast from Tunisia, I was very interested to see how this field of language models evolved. And actually now there are simple Python libraries like LangChain, like transformers, like LangGraph as well. So actually these are very user-friendly kind of Python packages that can be used by anyone if they have knowledge of Python. So actually, why don't we as a community make sense of what we have and provide customized LLM-based applications for our movement? Next slide. Yeah. So the story actually started with some experiments done by the Wikimedia Foundation, as you see here. So actually, the Wikimedia Foundation tried to launch an AI-generated summaries of Wikipedia articles based on a model, an open source model, language model called Aya, developed by Cohere. And they just took the model as a raw and deployed it. So what happened? Actually, this failed. A lot of hallucination, a lot of decontextualized output, etc. So this headed us to actually the conscious that we need to develop some guidance for using AI in our movement. That's why, actually, Wikimedia Foundation, month of April 2025, actually developed a new AI strategy that puts Wikimedia contributors first. This means that any use of AI without a human in the loop, actually, it will be problematic. And there are 4 main points for this strategy. Actually, this supports Wikimedia moderators and patrollers with AI-assisted workflows to automate certain tasks that are boring, dull, or something that are dangerous sometimes to handle. And then kind of allow editors to have some time to discover new things, find new ways to approach their role, then helping editors to share local perspectives and context by actually adapting, not just using LLMs. And then scaling the onboarding of new Wikimedia volunteers with guided mentorship, mainly about the use of LLM or even the deployment of LLM. So next slide. So as a first kind of initiative, Media Foundation, actually it released some open data into a repository, data repository named as Kaggle. And these datasets actually can be used to train language models to generate some customized type of applications for several things, including translation, image captioning, and so on. Next slide. Yeah. So you may ask something very technical, how we can be involved in such a thing. Yeah, actually, there is a site called Hugging Face that involves these kind of models, large models, and they are open source. So actually, what you need to do is that you search for the model that you need to work with, and actually search for that label, which is called safe tensors, so that you can retrain it, and then accept any kinds of guidelines or agreements so that you can be allowed to use it using your own token. Next slide. Yeah. So how we can build something based on LLMs and small language models also that are hosted on Hugging Face. So the first step is simple. We just develop the model from Hugging Face. So actually we have the title, and we can actually see the characteristics of the model, what is used for, if it is good enough or not. You can check also the research publications around this paper, etc. And when you make your choice, you can actually head to the second. Next slide. Preparing the dataset. Actually, if you need to do a data, Wikipedia or Wikidata customized type of LLM, you need some data, and some data that are localized. So you have two options. Either you are working on a Wikipedia-based application or a Wikidata-based application. So if you are working on a Wikipedia-based application, yeah. Right. If you are working on a Wikipedia-based application, you can actually scrape or extract relevant articles from Wikipedia, pre-process using NLP, synthesis segmentation, there are clinic, etc. There are many NLP stuff, and validate the data if it is accurate or not, remove outliers, etc. If you are using Wikidata, this is even simpler because you can use Sparkle, which gets you the information you need just by formulating a query. And then humans can confirm or infirm if the query results are linear what is expected. Next slide. Then, if you want to use that data, actually you have two choices. The first choice is to use RAG, and the second choice is do fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is actually retrain the model on the data you have, so that the output that is generated conforms to the dataset you have. The RAG, by contrast, actually does not do any training of the data. It just includes the dataset in the context of the prompt. And by that, actually, it converts the documents into a vector database, and actually it gets information during runtime, during the prompt itself. And that's all. Next slide. Then after choosing the right way to do that. Actually, you can save your model or database. If you are using RAG, you store your RAG vector store. And if you are fine-tuning, you can actually serialize your model and save it as a quantized model in the GGOF format. And then, after having that final output, you can use it to build a bot or a web application based on it. So actually, you will use that output, the model or the vector database, and put it in your bot or your web application. Or even you can create a database, you can generate a database and make it in a web application, and then humans will validate it as, for example, Wikidata games. Yeah, so that's mainly the thing. Here is an example that we will, this is an example that we will be showing at the Wikimania 2025 hackathon, which is the Arabic transliteration bot. So actually, it follows, as you see, the same steps. It installs dependency, query Wikidata for people and name, loads pre-trained model, uses the model to translate it English name, and then it creates a database. It shows it to the user for approval, and then it adds the information to Wikidata. Next slide. Yeah. So this is actually QR codes that you can use to develop using RAG or fine-tuning. You can actually scan the QR code, and you will be you will be redirected to the code snippets of implementations of fine-tuning and RAG. Next slide. Yeah. So the pro and cons, in short, of fine-tuning and RAG. Actually, for RAG, it allows to generalize better in narrow tasks. It has a faster inference. For RAG, it is actually, it allows to have an easily updatable knowledge base, less training required. But the cons for fine-tuning is that it is expensive in compute and storage, and it is hard to uptake knowledge without full retraining. As for RAG, the cons are that it has slow inference, it is just a retrieval step, and it requires a lot of well-curated documents for accuracy. Next slide. Yeah. So it depends on what you want to do. Actually, you can choose whether you will use fine-tuning or RAG. If you have a lot of task-specific data, then fine-tuning. If you want updates, factual answers, then RAG. If the storage is limited, RAG. If you need some customized models, then fine-tuning. And if you want some easy knowledge updates, RAG. So I think that's all. Yeah. So finally, I wanted to that if you want a bot, you need to have the approval for it. And you need to be assured that I think that's all. Yeah. Finally, I wanted to acknowledge Wikimedia Switzerland and the real-world evidence team at the King's Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia for helping on developing the technical side of these slides. Thank you very much. We can have some questions if you like. Yeah, so the three of us are still here. If you have any question, we still have 2 minutes 30, so. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Hi. My question was, how can we kind of like stop the slippery slope in which we can get in with AI, in which it ends up converting our project into something that we don't want? Because yeah, we can set like boundaries, like saying like AI should never create an article itself, but we could do a lot of stuff that could take like a lot of the soul of our projects right now. Like, I mean, are we okay with AI like correcting like orthographical mistakes? Maybe, yeah, I mean, that's really small. But then are you okay with it like improving the readability of an article that it's a bit complex? Maybe, but then you could still go on and on and on until it becomes like complete.
Yeah, it is true that actually language models can have can provide something meaningful, but we need, as a community, to have something verifiable. And we cannot do that only by breaking down the tasks into small tasks and having small language models working on each one of them. Because if you have an error, you can spot it. So that's what we are trying to explain. Doing that the large language model way actually does not work in this context. Another question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for developing a AI-powered bot, you need to first to get access to an API or a given LLM. So I would like to know what LLM that we allow as a wiki developer to use.
Yeah, there are something called the MCP model that allows you that allows the LLM to access to several APIs and process information directly. But also, if you are using Python, you can actually get to the API, get the information, and then put it in the context as RAG and use it. So that's actually simple as well.
So yes, to apply RAG or fine-tuning, you need to get access to a given LLM API, like
that's RAG.
API for Gemini or ChatGPT or...
Yeah, that's actually the main thing of RAG. The main function of RAG is to get information and put it in your prompt. Thank you very much.
Just one point on that. Once you downloaded the model, you don't need the API. The API, you would mostly use it once you have like a remote access, something that you remotely access. But once you've localized and downloaded a module, you can interact with it using an application that you locally use. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the session.
Hey everyone, so we're about to get started. During the session, we'll be using this platform called Mentimeter to engage everyone here. There'll be like quiz questions, and opinion-focused questions. So please join in the participation by scanning the QR code or going to mentimeter.com and entering the code you see on the screen. I'll tell you a bit about me. So I work at the foundation as a data scientist on the Movement Insights team, and one of my main responsibilities is to support the Product and Tech Advisory Council, or PTAC as we call it, in their decision making. And I'll explain why that's relevant to this presentation. But this presentation is all about mobile editing. And just to set some expectations, we're talking today about mobile web. So that's using the browser on your phone. It's not talking about the app. And it's a participatory session. It's not a lecture. Feel empowered to share your thoughts. There'll be opportunities for everyone to pass the mic or to enter things on Mentimeter. And let's have fun with this session. This is the last day, so I want you all to have a good time and learn at the same time. A bit about the structure of this chat. It's really 4 rounds, 4 topics within mobile editing. And you'll be prompted with different questions and so on, and we'll have a really interesting discussion, hopefully. But just to kick off, why does mobile, particularly mobile web, why does it matter? So the Product and Tech Advisory Council's first recommendation was for the foundation to invest more in the mobile web experience. This is because of the increasing use of mobile devices, especially among young people and people in the global south. And given that most readership actually comes from mobile web, it's important to have a well-functioning mobile web interface to actually attract new editors. So it's just kind of this pool of untapped potential. So this is a really important aspect of the foundation's multi-generational strategy. Okay, so I want to test out using Mentimeter. So we're gonna have a bit of a warm-up poll for you all to respond to. So have you ever tried to edit Wikipedia from your mobile phone's web browser? So that's not the application, but the web browser. And I'll give you all about a minute to respond. Okay, and we see some of the responses coming in. A lot of people saying frequently, a lot of folks saying yes, but only for small edits. Some have never tried, and some didn't even know it was possible. So that's a really interesting distribution. What's cool about this platform is that we'll be able to segment the results by this question. So we'll see how people feel about mobile editing depending on their familiarity with it, basically. So there'll be 4 rounds. The first round about mobile editing is the participation gap. And what am I referring to here? I'm gonna prompt you all with a quiz question. So you have to respond with the right answer. And I'll give some more context on the question, but I'm gonna press enter, and the quicker you can get the right answer, the more points you would get for this question. And the question is, on English Wiki, about 66% of editor clicks are mobile web users who are IP editors using Wikitext. What percentage of constructive edits come from this group? So if they comprise 66% of editor clicks, what percentage of constructed edits, that means edits that aren't reverted, come from this group? Do we expect it to be higher than 66, or do we expect it to be a lot worse? And for more context, about what is it like? I think about 60 or almost 70% of all page views across all wikis come from mobile web, but only 12% of edits come from mobile web, which just shows like the tremendous disparity in outcomes. Okay, so anyone that guessed only 6% of edits come from this juggernaut group, you got the answer right. That's a massive disparity. That shows that a lot of people, on English Wikipedia at least, they're entering the editor, but it's not resulting in visible edits. You may say, hey, maybe they're just curious clickers, maybe, valid points. But we've actually done we did some analysis of the editing funnel, and we controlled for a bunch of different variables. And we found that even when you control for the type of editor, the editor experience, the type of wiki, you control for all of these things, you still find that people who use mobile web are disproportionately less likely to have a constructive edit, like even when you control for all of these factors. So there's something happening in the editor. There's some kind of friction there that's causing people to fall off in the editing funnel. So let's see who won this quiz. Who's Puffy, they got the answer right and they got it correct very quickly. I don't know if it might be somebody that's online or in this room. Oh, yes, congratulations. Like, that's by far the most points. And it just goes to show like the tremendous participation gap when it comes to editing versus readership. So I actually want to put the question back to you all, so you can answer by entering your response so it comes up on screen on Mentimeter, or you can actually grab the mic and explain why you think this is the case. But why do you think the edit completion rate is so low on mobile web when compared to desktop? What do you think are the main reasons? And you can enter your answer on Mentimeter, or you could ask for someone to give you the mic. Okay, we have one volunteer here. If we could get the mic. Okay, and in the meantime, I'll read some of the answers online. It isn't easy to type text on web, small screen space, because it's nearly impossible to edit on mobile. The editing tools are limited. Okay, and let me hear what you have to say.
Yeah, from the south in Latin America, in Colombia, exactly, Bogota. People don't have access to internet in many cases, and they can read Wikipedia, like Kiwix or Internet into the Box in this conference, but they don't have training, and we need to improve this training. So they have mobile phones, but they don't have they have a gap in the income, so it is very difficult for them to have the computer at home. So I know that maybe in the north part of the world, all of you have your computer, but at the south part of the world, it does not happen in the same way.
Got it. Yeah.
It's one component only, and one component.
Yeah, that's a good response, and I hadn't even thought of that. Like, some people may not even have the internet access, so reading is possible through some like technology, but not necessarily editing. Okay, and in terms of other things we're finding, small screens, people just saying it's generally not easy. People said it's easier to enter edit mode by accident. So we actually, as I mentioned, we controlled for several things to see whether, one of the things we did was whether edit reversions were higher on mobile, even when you control for separate things, including user experience. And we find that yes, like edit reversions for mobile web edits are just higher. So there may be other things that are happening there, like maybe more likely to have a typo or something in the UI isn't as simple to understand. What else? What else do people think? And someone said people use their phones less time per session. That's an interesting response. Can you all, like, whoever said that, if you're willing to expand on it, like, I would love to hear more about that. Okay, and it could be somebody that's online. So let's move. Oh, yes, we have a volunteer.
I would like to comment on my comment because it's nearly impossible to edit on a mobile. You have to go into the wiki text and then you scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and so and nothing is where you expect it, and it's you really have to want to edit. And I don't know, not many people like to do that.
Yep, understandable. And in the back we have one, and then in the front as well.
Hi, for my case, I just feel the screen size and also it's not user-friendly for me. So I just prefer to just use my desktop to just carry out edit, yeah, just for me.
So there are other two factors I wanted to mention is sort of when we detect a mobile device, you know, screen devices, sorry, there are many larger screen devices that count. So certain iPads, for instance, are quite large and can be larger than many laptops. iPads aren't the majority use case, but they are counted formally as mobile, so it's worth that does factor in. And I think another piece is the different expectations people have for different form factors and different, how long their sessions are is one piece of that, but people have very different notions of how they can use their device versus their desktop computer.
Yep, great points. And
I also wanted to add, someone in the chat says that they think that editor is a lot harder to learn on mobile, so people who don't already know and aren't already comfortable editing would struggle even more to learn on mobile.
Got it. So it's really important to improve mobile for newcomers in particular, because if we have a lot of friction on the mobile interface, then it's harder for newcomers. They get discouraged. I think we had some other responses, and then we'll move to round two. So just these last two. Yep.
Yeah, I also think most trainings are organized using the laptops. So most people are not aware or are not trained how to edit on mobile.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even think of that. So like even like a lot of the events around training, the training programs and so on, they don't even necessarily they don't incorporate mobile in any kind of way. It's normally on desktop. Okay. And
okay. In my case, visual editor on a mobile browser is don't have many options of editing options, because using visual editor on the mobile, you cannot add the photos, you cannot add the galleries, you cannot add the reference list, you cannot add the mathematical equations. So the editing options on the using visual editor is don't have much options. You can add those. You can add all of them using editing source or wiki text, which is not easy for the beginner.
Got it. And thank you for that point. And I think that's a great segue to the next section, which is one second, which is focused on the friction factor. So what could be happening in the editor itself, like even when people have high intent to make a change, and you already started to allude to some of the difficult types of things to do on mobile web. But I actually like to hear from the audience, in your opinion, which of these editing actions is hardest to do on mobile? And I have some options, including adding a reference, fixing typos, reverting vandalism or edits, starting a new article, editing a template or info box, interacting with talk pages, or some other type of option that isn't listed here. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of people saying adding references, and then some people saying editing templates or info boxes, which are probably hard even on desktop, but disproportionately hard on mobile. So interesting distribution. So a lot of people saying, like some of the bigger tasks, like not surprising, but fixing a typo has no votes. That's probably what we expected. What's interesting is that people who edit with people who make small edits on mobile in this room, they're kind of spread across a bunch of different areas, you know. So now I actually want to hear from you all again with another discussion prompt. So this is recent analysis of English Wikipedia data for mobile users. We found that they were significantly more likely, and I'm talking like orders of magnitude, more likely to abandon an edit that they've started when compared to the same type of user on desktop. That means they have intent to make an edit, they've already started typing something, but then they abandon the edit. Why do you think that happens? Any hypotheses, any thoughts? You can enter it on Mentimeter, or you can ask for the mic. So the first thing we got was section-based editing on mobile leads to always opening the wrong section. Okay, interesting. Hard to switch between pages during a research. So yeah, and I think that's when you talk about desktop, that's one of the benefits of desktop. You can have several tabs open and be working on your edit and doing your research. People maybe get stuck and they don't know what to do anymore. So it could be a UI issue, right? If they're editing and they're ready to publish and they can't find a publishing button for some reason because of the screen size, that has implications for the editing outcomes. And anyone wants to grab the mic?
Yeah. In my experience with the students, the brave attitude of some librarians in Wikipedia don't let them continue, and the erasing methodology is not very friendly. So I think we lost a lot of audience because of the methodology in the which they teach or train some people. So it is a matter of discussion.
Got it. Yeah, and I didn't know that. Like, thank you for sharing that as well. Another point that somebody made that I think is really interesting, and we're always on our phones and we're always getting notifications. Somebody said it's easier to get distracted so you could be editing and have total intent to publish, but you get like a text. So that is something I hadn't even thought of. Short attention span while using your mobile phones in general versus like maybe when you're in front of your desktop, you're ready to like buckle down and get some work done in comparison. So that's interesting. Oh, and yes, so that's another good point is that when you're on mobile, you're generally on the move. So when you abandon your edit, it could be because you're doing something like getting off the bus or having to get somewhere. So all of these are really important points. Any other thoughts on this before we go to the next round? And you can also vote on your colleagues' like responses if you want, but I'm going to proceed to the next round, which is round 3. So this round actually turns the conversation around a little bit because I think we've been a bit critical of using mobile devices for editing. But is there an advantage that a lot of people see in using mobile? So I would like you to share your opinion. What is your opinion on the statement? Not everything is a downside. Mobile web editing offers flexibility, and some people prefer it. What do you think about that? Okay, so we're getting some responses, and let's see. Kind of all over the map right now. Okay, so I saw someone responded strongly disagree with that statement? Does the person who responded that way wants to like explain their answer a bit? And it could be someone that's online, or if you don't feel like sharing, that's fine. Does anyone want to share why they responded in this way? It seems that most people are kind of leaning towards somewhat agree, neutral, but they're not fully convinced that they can lock in on this statement. We have someone up here in the front.
I don't see the flexibility, to be honest.
So you don't think you don't see the flexibility?
No.
Okay.
I just see the downsides, to be honest. I don't see any upside because it's not flexible, and I don't know people who prefer it.
Okay. And show of hands, does anyone in this room prefer editing on mobile versus desktop? Okay, so we have one out of, I guess, like. Oh, you wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Okay, so no one.
I can just say that the last year's Wikimedian of the Year is someone who edits on mobile mostly or 100% of the time.
Okay.
So these best.
So you think mobile web editing is getting a bad rap when indeed there are people who prefer that form of editing?
There is always someone who prefers something the way that it is. It doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be better. I went for neutral because the question itself is something I would need to think about because in general, mobile phone gives us flexibility, but not necessarily the mobile editing that we have right now.
Got it. Yeah, and we had another.
Yes, just to link back to the fact that usually when we have mobile phones, we are on the go. And also for Wikimedians, we are very quick to make, when there's a need, like maybe someone passed and all those, having that news, it's very quick. Sometimes it offers flexibility for us. And like we said, phones are also provides that flexibility, yeah.
Got it, yeah. So like we love editing, and using Wikimedia platforms, that's why we're here. And we can't always edit whenever we want if we just have a desktop, sometimes it's good to edit on your phone, is what you're saying. So that's where the flexibility comes in, that you could be on the move. Okay, and in your opinion, what's one thing that works well on mobile? Or what are some advantages? I think we already started to get into some of them, like the being on the go, the portability of the device is an advantage. That's an obvious one. What are some advantages of mobile, or what's something that works well right now, do you think? And you can enter on Mentimeter, or you could ask for the mic. Happy to do that. I would love to see, hopefully not crickets, hopefully there's some advantages that you all see advantages to mobile web editing. We have someone edit on the go, can edit from anywhere.
Yeah, in the rural areas with connection, using not only Wikipedia but Wikimedia Commons, you can pick up the picture and upload it, or upload it in the location and for the future of a new article. So it works very well for me, the Commons on internet, so on the mobile, I mean.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
That's helpful, and we're seeing some responses saying if you maybe you don't have a desktop, maybe someone can't afford a desktop, that's when mobile web editing becomes a viable option. You can use it when you have poor internet connection, so maybe you have a data plan but you don't have Wi-Fi. That's when mobile web editing, I guess, becomes more useful. Easy to make small edits like typo fixes. Okay, and so someone is saying using the Commons app, and they're basically alluding to using your phone might actually be easier to upload images, you know? So when we think about media types, maybe there's some media types that work better from your phone. Okay, visual editor forms for templates. Can someone expand on that, on the visual editor forms for templates a bit? I would love to hear more about that, because disaggregating by editing surface has really been central to my work, so I would love to hear about whoever said that. Visual editor forms for templates. Okay, and you don't feel pressured to answer if you don't want to, but okay, so some people say nothing except mobility, so that's interesting. Okay. All right, so any final thoughts on this before we move to the last section? Okay, so the last section is focused on global access equals mobile first, ? So now we have another quiz question. So you have to guess the percentage. More than half of the people in the global south use mobile as their main internet access. This is especially true in sub-Saharan Africa, where the rate is what percentage? So if we already know that half people in the global south mainly use their phones for the internet, what is the percentage in sub-Saharan Africa? Can anyone guess the right answer? So we're getting a bunch of, I guess, like high 80s. Let's see. So I'll give you all like 30 seconds and I'll reveal the answer. Okay, so we've seen some clustering around 70s, 80s, 90s. So the correct answer is about 70% of people in sub-Saharan Africa mainly use their mobile phones. So even more reason to get the mobile editing interface to work as good as possible. Maybe it's not going to achieve parity with desktop, but maybe there are things we can improve. And that brings us to the discussion for this round. So if Wikimedia were starting today in a mobile-first world, how do you think our editing tools would look different? So this is like a very tough question. Like, imagine if the movement was starting today, how different would our editing tools look? What do you imagine? And we have a volunteer over here.
Well, I would expect that editing would be also voice-driven.
Okay, so a lot more audio integration and so on. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. A lot of applications and a lot of platforms people use now have that option. If you get a voicemail now, it turns it into text, and if you get a text, you can turn it into audio now. Voice editing, okay. How would you possibly build an encyclopedia on mobile? Good question. And maybe it's not the entire thing is built on mobile, but if we had started the movement today, we would definitely have to cater for mobile a lot more than I think we have historically. All wikis would be designed around mobile editors, also extends to commons, Wikidata, Wikisource, etc. If that was the case, I think the syntax, wiki text would be all hidden from the user. Interesting. So even like the editing interface would look very different. More video, less free and open source software being used. We have a volunteer here.
Yeah, I think the easy way is like chat. So some artificial intelligence tool, you put the chat, and the artificial intelligence put in the position the content, even references, and it's just like that, as easy as a chat.
And are you generally supportive of that type of, or are you on the fence about it?
No, not in the fence. Just imagine how it works. But chats work very well. If you look at the AI tools, or more than 80% are chats. So our life is in chats in the mobile. So I imagine a world with chats for creating new content. You know, it's like
Yeah.
a prompt. Yeah.
For sure, makes sense.
Maybe.
Someone said, so this is interesting. So the surface actually has a lot to do with the media types, because someone said maybe a catalog of small videos aggregated for each subject, you know, instead of maybe all like full encyclopedic text like we generally work now. That's an interesting observation. The UI would be more simple and easy for beginners. Less privacy as phones collect more data about users. That's a good point. AI driven. Does anyone else want to grab the mic? Okay, so these are great observations, and I hadn't even thought about most of these. But if you think about a lot of the platforms that are popular now, or that are widely used or coming up, like think about TikTok, think about Instagram, think about Reddit. All of those platforms are heavily mobile optimized. You know, oh, we have a volunteer.
So I was the one that say about the catalog of small videos. I was thinking about, so we have, right nowadays, we have Instagram, TikTok of influencers that usually says about a subject, specific subject. So I was thinking like maybe a Wikipedia build like nowadays on a mobile first would be like a place when you search for a topic, for example, Earth. And like every time you click on a subject, you can go in small subjects and you see videos of people saying about that and maybe quoting something. So like, and maybe that community could exist to upvote, downvote, remove these videos, something like that. Like this is the wide idea that would be today with Wikipedia made like that.
Got it. So, and those videos would still be like fact-based and encyclopedic, but it would just be remixed to look more like what, I guess, like a lot more of the different apps people use now, is what you're saying. Okay, interesting take, yeah. Okay, so moving on to like, to kind of close out. So closing out on a kind of collective brainstorm. So let's say, so we talked about why mobile, we talked about the PTAC recommendation to invest more in mobile. We talked about why it might be important from an equity perspective to get more people from the global south into the movement, et cetera. So if we wanted to double mobile editing outcomes and participation in the next 3 years, which is an ambitious goal, if that's what we wanted to do, what bold steps should we be taking as a movement? So I have an idea, but I want you all to start answering, and then I could chip in what I thought. And you can ask for the mic, or you could also add directly into Mentimeter. Okay, invest in UX research, more smartly suggested edits. Yeah, and I guess what you mean by smartly is more attuned to mobile to become a constructive edit, instead of like people trying to do a big edit on, or big template edit on mobile, for instance. Short tutorials, optimize visual editor, that's a good one. Make the editing experience easier than desktop. Okay, I like that one. Have the app pre-installed on all phones. That's a good one, yeah. That would take partnerships with like big technology production companies like Apple and so on. Make some campaign in community. I like that one. Okay. And one idea that came to mind was the point about trainings that you made earlier, that maybe more trainings on how to edit on mobile, but also just just to be transparent about the limitations of editing on mobile and how you can use your mobile device versus your desktop device more. Let's see what else. Prompting people to edit or take photos based on location. That's a great one. I actually think that's one of the superpowers of your phone. You have a location attached to your phone as well as the ability to take photos. I feel like that's a superpower of being able to add content and add to open knowledge, What else? Get mobile friendliness across other Wikimedia wikis too, starting with Commons and Wikidata. I fully agree there. Yeah, for sure. Anyone wants to say anything else? Survey readers and experiment more. Yeah, and as a data scientist, I co-sign that response for sure. Just more deep research and insights that can actually affect product interventions and improvements. UI, have it be more natural, more tight on a device, improving responsivity, more native. Fully agree. Make the Wikipedia app editor as easy to understand as the visual editor. Another great point. Okay. Oh yeah, we have a volunteer in the back.
Okay, I'm Fauzi from Indonesia. I'd like to comment if we want to increase the participation of mobile editing. I think I recommend the development of super apps that combine several projects of Wikimedia such as Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, Wikidata, and anything else that can be user-friendly. So the user can edit, can upload the photo, can do anything and at the one apps. So it will increase the participation. That's it. Thank you.
Got it. Yes, I like that point about integration. And okay, we had some other responses saying integrate games. I love that, especially since there are some really great games ideas coming out of a lot of these meetings, and I've met folks who've designed some of the games. I've done the Wikipedia speed run with some friends on my phone several times and shared my outcomes and so on, and they always beat me, even though I work at the foundation. All my friends always are better at me than at speedrun for some odd reason. Okay, have mobile editing sessions online or at Wikimania. Yep.
May I comment on one of the previous?
Yeah, for sure. Who wants to?
Someone said that we maybe should pre-install Wikipedia app on the phones, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was said on Wikimania that developers of our apps would rather look for making readers' experience better than try to improve editors, because mobile web is better for that. So it's something to have in mind. I mean, it's not good to expect Wikipedia app to cover mobile editing if it is not going to do that.
Yep, got it. So, and to give more context, the mobile app is their strategy is fully investing in readers at the moment. So rather than mobile editing on the app, so a lot of the features they're developing, a lot of the research are focused on readers and how to retain readers and so on. Okay, so just to close out the session, I will flag a couple things. Yep. So we're doing a ton of research thanks to the PTAC recommendation on this topic, and we want to continue having discussions with the community on what we can improve and how we can improve it, where we should be investing. So if you're interested in continuing this conversation in a kind of structured conversation or focus group, please email my colleague Kirsten, who you've probably seen at different events, and we'll love to talk to you and we'll love to talk to members of the community and your projects and so on. But thank you so much for your time and being so engaged and sharing your perspective. I learned a lot, and I hope you all did too. Thanks so much.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Eric, and Eric Len from Taiwan Wikimedia chapter. And good to see you all today. And because the speaker for this session here, he is attending the Coast Cup conference in Taiwan, so he won't be able to join. So I will be here to help out, and then after the video presentation, I will be available for Q&A. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Chen, Dan Sui Lim from Taiwan. Unfortunately, I can't make it here at the Wikimedia in Nairobi, Kenya on site due to have important rules and other event. I'm in Coast Cup, one of the biggest open source event in Taiwan, so I can't make it here. Today's speech title, Language Prospect of Wikimedia Movement in Taiwan. The challenge of Taiwanese Daigi and Taiwanese Mandarin will cover most of the Taiwanese natural language, Daigi and Mandarin. Also, I will mention other soft and syntactic language like Hakka, Cantonese, Bangui, Wu language. You might have saw my account on various associations like on Wikidata and OpenStreetMap projects. My online ID is Superplex, mostly active on OpenStreetMap and Wikidata projects. I'm also a member of Wikimedia Taiwan and also the OpenStreetMap Data Working Group's one of the members. And here is the definitions. Mandarin, sometimes called Chinese in a very simplification situation, is the most well-known syntactic language around the world. It is widely used in Taiwan, China, Singapore, and also in Southeast Asian countries, like the Philippines, Malaysia, as a minority language. And these areas have different usage of the Chinese character, like some area like China or Malaysia use simplified characters, and then Taiwan and Hong Kong and also Macau, they use the traditional Chinese characters. And also they have some regional different terms that are used, maybe in Taiwan they use A, in China use B, and in Hong Kong use C. And so Chinese Wikipedia have adapted a conversion table to deal with this kind of conversion and make everyone happy with their version of the Chinese text on Mandarin Wikipedia. Here is an example of the Chinese Wikipedia usage of the customized conversion system to deal with conversion between simplified and traditional handy characters, and also with regional terms conversion. And for example, this is the movie articles, Maverick. That is they have different names in China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, respectively. So they adapt the conversion set of European US movie and European US entertainer, and also the conversion set Miracle to adapt on this article. And also title conversions also adapted to. It is written on the beginning of the articles. But conversion toys might not be very suitable in every situations. And for example, the recent massive recall movement in Taiwan has a Wikidata item, and some Chinese people are not happy about the previous description, so they add their own version about how to describe this event in Taiwan. And on Wikidata, it seems not possible to have a simple one-sentence definition if you include every perspectives. And for example, maybe Chinese negative perspective is not a very good idea. And also another example, the Chinese ideologic, like we have some orphan articles that is Wikipedia disambiguous that exists on Chinese Wikipedia, and they're not linked to other language version by Wikidata. And this is example. The screenshot is the Chinese Department of Culture that link the Taiwan one and China one, because the Chinese editor think they should be under the big China wing, which might be a quite normal thought from China people, but not from Taiwanese folks. And here we go into the language perspective of about the Mandarin heavily influence of those in the southern on the southern Seneca language. In the early years, that the authority has promoted a single language usage. So in Taiwan, they have Speak Guoyu movement, and in China, they have the promotion of Standard Chinese. And that caused something as in the Singapore and Southeast Asia, they have some similar Speak Mandarin champion to promote a single language version. And this caused something that those, like in Taiwan, the Taigi and Hakka and other minority Seneca language are all suppressed in Taiwan, and also the Taiwanese Aboriginal language. And 30 years ago, the Hakka people, that is another minority ethnic group in Taiwan, they have some kind of bring back my mother tongue movement to release the suppression of their mother tongue Hakka language. And yeah, and then Singapore, and they have this some similar movement like the Speak Hokkien movement to play against the previous one single language policy in the Southeast Asia area. And in Hong Kong, they have a more relaxed, more realistic language policy by the British authorities, colonized authorities. They have a biliteracy and trilingualism policy. That means the Cantonese or Hong Kong language is still widely used in whatever is the education system or in the market area. But for the legal terms and legal documents, it will be written in the standard Mandarin and also in English. And let's come back to the Wikipedia or the Wikimedia movement that is possible on both Wikipedia, Wikidata, and Wikidictionary to written in Hokkien or Nan character sets, whatever is a handy character sets, or Romanized written form. We have the Holopedia, that is the NAN language version of the Wikipedia. That's part of the big movement. And now Wikidata, we have these kind of language code and language subcode to deal with different written form to write in the label and description. And for the dictionary part, Wikidata Lexicon and Wikidictionary are both quite an okay source to contribute to the language, the Hokkien language, or Taigi in Taiwan. And here is an overview of the big Nan language. The ISO 639-3 language code is Nan, and it covers not only the Minnan, Mannan, Hokkien or Taigi language, but also some much farther one like the Hainanese, Yongsanban, and also the Teochew way. And for more simplification and more clear definition, we'll exclude those more distant language and only focus on the Minnan, Mannan, Hokkien, Taigi part. Let's focus on the past of the Taiwanese Taigi history. It is harmed by the one language policy enforced by the authorities that is promote the Mandarin as a solo language in the education system. However, that Taigi speaking people is still quite a huge population in Taiwan. So in the entertainment market, we still have a quite viable entertainment Daigi Sounds publishing distributor, and also the Daigi drama that exists on TV. And also it is also a very active market language that when you want to bargain in the market, you should speak Taiwanese Daigi to get a chance. In recent years that we have something about the name, the recertification of the name of Taiwanese Daigi. And used to call it Mandan, which is quite a nonsense because it's more linguistic view and not widely used as a language name in the common people in Taiwan. And we also have the normalizations movement that want to bring back Daigi as an active language, whatever is in the education, government, or also a very life-related language. And also we have some experts who have deal to look up if we want to written in handy character set, which one is the recommend by the education and the linguistics expert. And that's make us that think about maybe we can have a more active rules of Wikipedians to write something on both all Wiki dictionaries, Holopedia, and Wikidata written in the Daibun, whatever is handy or normalizations written form. And the recent, this is recent news that is someone come from China, northern east part, that claim he don't speak Daigi. Please don't speak Daigi to him. So which caused some big controversy in Taiwan on the Taiwanese internet forum. Most of the people think that this is too not very friendly and doesn't want to do business with the Taiwanese people. And here we have a most famous Taiwanese Daigi speaker, NVIDIA founder and CEO Jason Huang is from Taiwan and a very active Taiwanese Daigi speaker. When he comes to Taiwan, he will speak with his colleague or whatever's on the conference stage, or when he is going to the night market to speak Daigi to the vendors, want to get much closer to the common people in Taiwan. And here is the recent update from MediaWiki that we have some community members working hard up the MediaWiki localizations. So we got some new language tag and written code, not only the old NAN, but also their subcode that we can written in not only handy in the label or description, but also in using the romanization system and written in Beiwedi or Dailo. And for the community part, we have the old Holopedia. It is the NAN Wikipedians that started their journey from 2003, just 1 year after the establishment of Chinese Wikipedia. And originally, the Holopedia is a separate website that use a similar text just like Wikipedia, but later they decide to merge with the big Wikimania movement. And the community chose to written in more favor of a romanization written form, Beiwedi, to write articles, and handy as a supplement. Another community included those like the Hoping You, Wikipedians user group, that is from the staff at NCCU Aboriginal Center, which got founded by Wikimedia Foundation for organizing some events about written on Wiki Dictionary. We also have the Wikidata Taiwan community, which most of the people are quite good. They speak Daigi and want to contribute to write something in Daigi on Wikidata. And for the more softened cynical language, we have some phenomenon that Because there's a huge difference between the central government's language, mostly in most cases maybe Mandarin, that the spelling is quite different compared to more local language like Hokkien, Wu, or Bangwei, Hakka. So some of these languages would like to written in Romanized system to distinguish the sound difference. And there are some people might more fond of a hand character set, like Wu language or Cantonese people. And they cause some problem because if the same content written in two forms, like the Romanized form and Handy form, how do I link it to Wikidata? So some people have come up to a solution that is adding a property on Wikidata that is a permanent duplicate item to make it possible to store it on Wikidata and also cross-link with each other and the same content but in different written form by cross-link each other on Wikidata. And here's an example about the relation between permanent and duplicate items. We have the main item for Taiwan, Q865, and the permanent duplicated item, Q22337467. That will mostly pinpoint to the second mainstream written form. And for this language, the NN, Hakka, CVO, they have the Romanized written form, and those articles are linked to the main item. And for the handy character set written articles, they link to the permanent duplicate item, Q22337467. And there are also disadvantage about because most of people are fluent in Oreo by Oreo, but not in written form. That make it not possible to have gather many people to write in the language. And Hokkien is a minority language outside Taiwan or China. And all areas heavily influenced by Mandarin. So some people will mostly written in Mandarin, but they are very fluent when they're oral expressions. That makes it much harder to convince them to read something in Hokkien language. And also there's other issue about lack of proper digital content on the Hokkien language. Here's a summarize about who choose which written language and what is a big city for this language. I already mentioned that the Cantonese and Wu language more found written in Chinese characters. And for the Hakka, Bangwa, and also Hokkien, they use the Romanized system to written their language. And for the Wu language, the most biggest city is Shanghai. They also have a variety that's called Shanghainese. And for the Daigi language in Taiwan, it's mostly very quite a distributed center in Taipei and Kaohsiung. And for the countries, Hong Kong is a very populous entertainment system, and they have a very quite prosperous publishing system there. And for all these cities, the music, industrials, and educations are both quite rival in these three cities or four cities. And for the sister projects like the co-edit map, OpenStreetMap, if someone had added the language label, it's possible to query those language labels. So someone in Taiwan has adding the Daigi language label, not only in handy character set, but also in the Beiguidi Romanized written form. So it's possible using overpass query to have visualizations of these names, place name in Daigi. And we also have the Wikimedia map powered by Wikimedia Foundation. They can change the language parameter to have an instant change of the name label, the language label on the map. For example, you can switch between the Bewedi and Handi map version by changing the language code. And for the plan, let's start contributing, maybe a Bewedi or Handi, whatever it is. And maybe if we choose the Handi, maybe we can use the expert recommend Handi character set, or use a more historical orientations Guate characters. And we should deal with the two different written form, the Romanized form and Handi form, and using the Wikidata permanent residence, permanent duplicate item to cross-link each other. And might have to spend some time to written the administrators units and science articles. And sometimes we have arguments, and some are non-linguist statement, and some are quite fond of this statement, but it's quite of a big disasters. And we need a code of conduct to regulate some community discussion if there's some dispute among the community, if some extreme speech happened. And we have some possible ISO 693-3 split propose that because this is actually a super language family under the NAN language code, there's possible to split out 3 to 4 language and make it possible to incubate new Wikipedia site by the new, maybe there's a new language code for the split language. And right now the Wikimedia Wiki have the different varieties of the language code and the written form, whatever is the Chinese characteristic, Handi, or the Romanized written systems. We can add in the labels and descriptions on these written forms on Wikidata. And if there is the language committee here, maybe you can change the ZHP NaN Wikipedia to simply NaN Wikipedia. And because in the old years the ISO 639-3 didn't exist when they established a Holopedia, so it is accept to have the more, the old name, website name, but we should change the name because we have already have the language code under the ISO 639-3 NAN. Okay, here is my contact information, and you can also have the community communication channel here on the slides. And here we go maybe to Q&A sections. I will be online to answer some questions and follow the moderator's guidance. And thanks everybody for their time.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
This is the presenter. So if you have any questions, please.
I just wonder if you could explain the difference between the 5 different language codes. Hanti is presumably written in traditional characters. I don't think I've seen Han-I before, and then there's 3 different romanizations. And what's the, well, I guess that's my first question.
Sure.
Okay, for the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is for the Hokkien part, that we historical has some different written system, mostly in the Romanized system, as brought by the Christian missionary to write the local language. In the early days, they thought maybe Taiwan or Hokkien speak Mandarin, but when they have someone speak Mandarin, they find out that, oh, this place is not a Mandarin speaking area. So they have to learn the language by themselves. So they made the dictionaries and to rate the system. So the Baywardee system is those missionaries uh, to design the spelling of the language. And it's most and they're from Europe or United States, so they use a more Romanized system to teach the language. Teach learn by measuring first come here, and then to pass down the measure will come here later. So they have the Baywardee system, and the title system is more than it is invent based on Baywardee and designed by the Minister of Education of Taiwan. So we have these different forms, but they're quite can be convertible with each other. And for the orthopedian guys here in Taiwan, that we have a conversion table that is designed for the media wiki to do some conversion tables. And it is all designed, but haven't been deployed to media wiki. Maybe you can deploy to the NAN Wikipedia to do the stuff, but not yet. So that is a short description of the history of the Mormonized system here. And yeah, and the Taiji or the Hokkien language, the bigger Hokkien language.
Okay, okay, I think we're kind of running out of time. So if anybody outside here has any question, I can relay it to Dennis. So yeah, we can try to follow up after that. Okay, thanks everyone for attending.
Goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have slides? Shall I just start? Okay. So it's awesome being at the end of a long conference because I feel fresh as a daisy, and I know you do too. But it does give me this one chance. Everybody has said to me so many times here in Kenya, "Karibu," and now it's my turn, "Karibu," and thank you so much for coming. So my name's Dave Palfrey, or user DSP13. I've edited English Wikipedia and recently Wikidata. And I wanted to know how unequal the distribution of biographical items was on Wikidata, how unequal it was by gender, and how unequal it was by geography. And so I started off measuring the size of the problem. Gender inequality is fairly easy to measure and summarize. You just ask what percentage of biographies or items are women. And then measuring like that can then encourage activity, because Women in Red on English Wikipedia has managed to increase the percentage of women on English Wikipedia from 15.5% to 20% over 10 years. But they use that measure as a sense of like how far they still have to go. Geographical inequality is much harder to measure and to summarize. So how can we do it in a simple way? Okay, so here's my first proposal for measurement. We use Wikidata. It's an amazing resource, a structured database that links to all the Wikipedia pages, but has items about other things as well. And we compare the number of items in a country to the population of the country. So here we go. Let's rank countries now by the number of women in Wikidata compared to the population. And at one end, we've got Slovenia, and there's one woman with an entry in Wikidata for every 135 people in Slovenia. What? At the other end, Sudan. There's one woman in Wikidata for every 230,000 people. So that's the scale, and I find it difficult to get my head around, to like get any sense of it quantitatively. So my next proposal, let's divide the world into two halves. Take all the countries which are relatively underrepresented on Wikidata, and keep adding countries to that list until you hit half the world population. And those are the countries in red. And the rest of the world, they're the ones that are overrepresented on Wikidata. No problem with having lots of people in Wikidata. We want that. But the ones in red are the ones where there is a problem. This is how Wikidata looked in December 2024. Because what we can do now is divide the world into 4 quadrants. We divide it by whether it's on the better represented half of the population, on the worst represented half, and we divide it by gender as well. Okay, any guesses as to which of these quadrants has the highest number? Okay, that might be easy. It's men in the better represented half of the world. Any guesses as to what that number is? Come on, just give me a number. 50. That would be terrible if there's 50. This is 25% of the world we're thinking about. Any other guesses? 50? 70. Have I spoken to you, Harry? Okay. It's 72.6%. Let's move on. Women from the better represented half of the world. Any guesses as to how many that is? 40? Well, it can't really be 40 because 40 plus 72. These are all going to add to 100, okay? So sorry? 4. Okay, we've got to guess 4. 15. Cool, let's have a look. 23.6. But if you're good at mental arithmetic, that may tell you there's not that much left for those countries in red. 2.9% of the Wikidata biographies are for men from that half of the global population. And what does that leave for women? Let's see. 0.83%. That's 25% of the entire world population. But when Wikidata's view on that is, well, they're less than 1% of the people that count. And you get the absolute numbers there. And when I saw that, I was quite disturbed. So the bad news was that the inequality was just that bad. The good news was that if I focused on that quadrant in red there, the numbers were kind of small enough that I could make a visible difference. And this is how it looks now, after 6 months' work. As I say, I concentrated entirely on that quadrant. It's still 30 countries, right? And 30 countries I didn't know very much about at all before I started doing this work. But actually, it's a bit higher than that now, because I've added, it started off at 35,000, I've got it up to 50,000, I've added 15,000 more. So it's a bit of that. But it's my own personal project 2025 was to get that number to 1% on my own. I just thought, I want to do something. And one of the crazy things about the Wikimedia projects is there's space for people to do stuff like that on their own, to see something targeted that's not very good and try and do something about it. How did I do it? Well, I improved existing Wikidata content. There was a lot of stuff there that didn't know it was there. So I added gender or country to Wikidata items that were already there but didn't have those properties. I corrected mistakes. There's this game, the Wikidata game, where you can add gender, okay? And it's gamified, so it's really cool. You can do it fast. Some people are clearly doing it too fast because lots of Chinese politicians have been misgendered by people playing the Wikidata game. So I had to do some corrections. I added new items too. Well, how did I get them? Well, Google searches. So many Google searches. And I'll show you the kind of searches that I did in a little bit. And then I found, along the way, I stumbled across some lists and some structured data that I could scrape that, of where data had already been organized outside Wikidata about politicians or diplomats or sports people or award winners, etc. No, but seriously, so many Google searches. And here's the kind of Google search I found myself doing. Malawi. Sit down one morning. First time I've thought about Malawi. Not quite the first time, but first time I've tried to do anything like this. Here's my naive Google search. First woman, Malawi. And I'll get the first woman aircraft pilot or the first woman judge. And you get something like that. Another cunning thing, make full use of gendered pronouns in English. Malawian judges, she. That will give you stories which involve both a Malawian judge and a woman, and it'll often give you something that is not there yet in Wikidata. Woman judge Malawi. Malawian actresses. There was a talk earlier about the efforts that there were on Russian Wikipedia to make use of terms like actresses, which have a kind of gender encoded in them. There aren't that many in English, but you can, businesswomen, etc. Slightly more sophisticated effort, finding a news site from the country in question, restricting your search to that site using site : and just looking for she or madam. Over and over again, often trying little variations on searches to get different results. Got kind of boring sometimes, but also, there was no big drama to it. I was just looking for all the professions I could think of, one at a time. Journalists, activists, prophetesses, nuns, doctors, academics, basketball players. So, yeah. This is the good news, right? One person can make a difference. And I've got some skills, though many aren't that big. I've got search skills. I understand Wikidata enough to use some common properties about people. I'm patient, I'm careful, I care about the truth. I used to be a historian, which sometimes helped me understand context, and I can write short scripts, so I occasionally use quick statements to batch upload items. And I'm aware that I've also got privileges which reduce friction for me a lot. I've got desktop access, I've got reliable internet, now my kids have headed to university, I have few caring responsibilities. And I recently started working 4 days a week. So I kind of was lucky I could let this be my obsession for months. But I missed a community, because I've got lots of limitations. I speak English fluently and a little bit of French, and machine translation does help, but you have to know its limitations. Never rely on the pronouns guessed by machine translation for gender, because in the middle of machine translation is a little attention mechanism similar to those in large language models, which just guesses what's likely. I've never been to most of these countries, and I'm very conscious that my experiences as a man in the global north limits my imagination and my sensitivities. And some of the limitations about working on my own weren't just mine, because we're all limited if we work on our own. I sometimes got bored. I sometimes felt lonely. Compared to some other Wikimedia projects, Wikidata does not have much community structure. Talk pages aren't used much. Wiki projects aren't very active there. So I didn't really know who to what tribe I could join to do this with. And communities matter, I think, especially for sort of ethical questions, which I tripped over as I did this. For example, how careful should we be in adding country of citizenship? Suppose you have someone who's born and grew up in India and is now, say, working in the States. I want to increase representation for women from the global south. I don't want to make them targets for ICE. So I would have loved to have had people I could be talking to that about. So I came to Wikimania, and I've got some questions for everyone. Is this work worth continuing as a wiki project? Is this measurement helpful? Does this kind of Wikidata expansion help? Can we get from 1% to 2%? Can parts, or should parts, of the manual search process be automated for later manual revision, review before you enter stuff? On the other side, can I encourage or help others who want to do something like this in specific countries that they already care about? Can others help find country-specific lists of people that aren't there yet? Women particularly, but as we saw, men too are grossly underrepresented from these countries. So now it's over to you. I'm user DSP13. Harambe Togande.
Yeah, thank you so much. I like this topic. How can you be sure that the rise in percentage is only your work? Because in the meantime, I also added a lot of women's data in Wikidata. I love Wikidata.
Yep.
We have a project on streets named after women in Hanover. That were all women who were not on Wikidata because they were only known in our city and not all over the world. And I read, as I already said in the Women's Summit, I read this book, African History of Africa, and I put in all the women and also all the men I found there and who were scientists or worked in museums. Is there a tool where you can see if what is your work and what is generally done, or is it just a guess?
I haven't written a tool. I meant to and never got around to it. I do have a graph, which I didn't show here, which shows that there would be a secular increase anyway over time. So I started doing this Christmas Day 2024. And you can use Humaniki, which is where a lot of my data is from, to look at the growth over time. And my estimate is that of the 15,000 increase since then, at least 1,500 is due to other people. But I haven't done the tool. But you're absolutely right. And there were people I encountered doing this. So I say that I was doing it all on my own. I did, in fact, meet people simply because they took an interest in my edits. I had people who thanked me, and one of them, Roger Bamkin or User Vichlas, has let me know now about a new project that's starting to increase representation of Malawian women in particular, with some involvement from the Scottish government and the Scotland-Malawi partnership, who are sort of who are sort of encouraging the project. And so he is starting. He started 10 years ago. He started Women in Red. He is now with a women academic who is from Malawi but at the University of Edinburgh. He's starting a new project that is Malawi focused, and so that's one. And in that case, Malawi is exciting because it was grassroots feminist groups in Malawi that came up first with the 50-50 campaign. That slogan that later became kind of throughout Africa and spread to in other areas globally. Had a political impact, a demand for 50-50 political representation, and that this be included in discussed in international summits as aspirations and so on. So the thought that we might get 50-50 in Malawi on Wikidata and Wikipedia is also quite exciting to me. Anyway.
And we have a question from the chat. How can we best help? Brackets, I can build Sparkle queries.
Oh, you're awesome. If you can build Sparkle queries, you're worth your, you're not just, you're sparkling in every way. Well, get in touch with me. I think we need something like a wiki project here. I don't know if other people think that. I don't have a good name for it. So if anyone has that would be super cool. But please, get in touch with me. I'm user DSP13. Let's actually make something happen.
So, as a what you mentioned that some of the data is already there. It's just not, for want of a better word, categorized properly.
Yep.
People have been mislabeled, misgendered, etc. Do you have any idea of what percentage?
It varies quite a lot by country. Aggregated, I can see how to calculate that, but I haven't done so.
And do you think there's likely more that we haven't found yet?
I do think there's more that we haven't found yet. For example, I was looking at the members of provincial assemblies in Pakistan. Okay, most of them, male or female, are not on Wikidata. An awful lot of, there used to be well-working projects to try and include all kind of national MPs on Wikidata, but they've fallen behind.
Hi, hi, this is Cassie. Thank you for the presentation. I have an easy question. What does the asterisk after women on your presentation mean?
It simply means inclusive. So I was not trying to, I didn't put any specific attention into thinking about trans people because quantitatively they weren't part of the kind of story about global metrics that I was trying to sort of understand. They're obviously very important, but I simply meant that I'm using roughly men versus non-men.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Hasn't it been a good Wikimania?
Thank you so much for that session, ladies.